Georgetown-Scott County Planning Commission meeting. Before we get started, anybody that is here to speak, if you would make your way to the podium and sign up, and then before we start the meeting, we'll have Mr. Perkins swear everybody in. Does that work, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, first item on the agenda is approval of January invoices. Any questions, comments? Motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Mr. Vest makes a motion, and I don't have my sheets to write
Oh,
in.
for votes and things?
Yep. Mr. Garrett seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next is approval of the January 8th, 2020 minutes.
So moved.
Is that you, Harold? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Jesse made the motion. Second?
Second.
Second from Tristan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, approval of the February 12th, 2026 agenda. Discussion, comments? We do have one item on here that's been withdrawn, a ZMA 2025-36, which was the stables at Blossom Park preliminary development plan. So hopefully everybody got word out. Plenty of time for that, but if there is anybody here for that, it has been withdrawn, or withdrawn completely, actually. Any other comments or postponements or anything on the agenda?
Withdrawn.
Okay. Motion for approval?
Something really bad.
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Garrett.
Second.
Second from Mr. Vest. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I'm not sure where, oh, there's Elise. We'll move forward with the first, well, actually, we need to do swearing in by Mr. Perkins
Yep.
first. So anybody that is signed up to speak, please raise your right hand and repeat after Mr. Perkins.
The other one, thank you very much. Do you swear affirm the statement you make tonight to be the truth to the best of your information and belief? Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. I didn't hear a whole lot about do.
Everybody has their fingers crossed.
I did.
We'll get everybody signed up and then we'll go ahead and start, and hopefully somebody can give me somebody getting the sheets for the. Yes. Thank you.
Just that one thing. Sorry. I'm leaving for Florida tomorrow.
So with that, we do have three things on the agenda tonight. One is the Gaines Farm preliminary subdivision plat. And then we have two public hearings, one for the accessory dwelling units and one for the cluster development regulations. So we don't have a huge crowd tonight. We're gonna start off with not having like the 3-minute rule that we use when we have a huge crowd. I would ask that everybody try to be succinct in their comments. Once you say whatever thing you want to say, we would ask that you let other people have their turn, just out of respect to everybody's time, and hopefully everybody can speak as long as they want. We won't have to do the 3-minute rule. All right. With that, Elise.
I'm gonna get it started.
Okay.
Thank you, members. The first item on the agenda for tonight under new business is the preliminary subdivision plat for the Gaines Farm property. What we're looking at tonight is a 254 units, single-family detached development. That development will also include a section of C1 conservation area, as well as 3 connections into it within the neighborhood, and an additional HOA pocket park. We're looking at a pretty sizable portion of the property here. In total tonight, what we're looking at is 62 acres of single-family development. This project is a part of a larger mixed-use development that will include single-family, multifamily, as well as commercial development. That's all covered within the master plan portion of tonight's review, but the primary application and what facilitated this public meeting is that preliminary subdivision plat of those 254 single-family detached units. This is being reviewed as a planned unit development, and so with the planned unit development, the applicant has requested a number of waivers from the strict interpretation of the zoning ordinance. We'll be covering those in great detail. Additionally, we have been provided by the applicant a substantial amount of information as it relates to traffic. We'll be spending a large portion of the presentation going over the potential impacts to traffic to the neighborhoods. Ultimately, though, and again, I'm not going to bury the lead on this, at this time, staff is recommending approval of the application based on an updated traffic study that was provided to our office at the beginning of this week, as well as a review of all other relevant information. As a part of that approval, we are simultaneously recommending approval for the 4 waivers associated with the development. And we'll talk again at length about these waivers. But in short, we're looking at waivers related to the minimum lot width, decreasing that down to 50 feet, reducing front yard setbacks to 25 feet, reducing the minimum lot area to 6,500 feet, and then allowing for the density to be moved around within the development as a plan unit development. And so, having prepped you guys, be aware that the staff report that you're looking at has been modified from what was originally sent out in the packet. And so Elise will be covering those changes that were made. Additionally, there have been some changes made to the conditions. I think this is a record for this body. We are recommending, again, approval with well over 30 conditions. And so Elise will work through those one at a time whenever we get to that moment. Elise, you ready to go?
Sure.
So, hold on before she gets, so you said there's gonna be 30 different,
33
It's in the.
33.
conditions.
but we also have the option of not necessarily accepting all 33, we can still pass it and amend some of those, is that correct?
Yeah, so as the body, decision-making body on this, you can add, subtract, or amend conditions as you see fit.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I'm very excited to hear from the public to help influence that decision as well.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And Elise, just to clarify, the revised packet in front of us is the one that we should
Yes,
all
it is specifically the item that is dated February 11th. I do want to do a courtesy reminder.
February
Next one
12th.
on, please turn this on.
Okay.
We're running a meeting.
Mine's on.
And then,
Yes, that's right. We're subdividing it into different plans. It's not wrong, I'm talking about. The 600. The 33 amendments.
Okay,
Yeah, what it says on those, 600.
trying to keep that momentum going. As Holden stated, this is a preliminary subdivision plat and an area master plan. In February of last year, we did see the rezoning application for the property, and now we are seeing that subdivision plat component kind of coming in, as well as that area master plan that was required with their zone change. This is their current zoning. We're specifically going to be speaking to the orange section that's kind of in the middle between the hatched pinkish color and then the blue color of the floodplain / conservation zoning district. Again, this is just the general summary of everything. So it was approved with waivers for the single-family lot areas, as well as lot width, front yard setbacks. 10 conditions were associated with it. It ultimately went to the city council for annexation and rezoning, which it ultimately was approved at, and now we're here. This is their concept plan. I've highlighted the location of McClellan Circle and Paints Depot Road on this portion. It does kind of have a spread of, well, it doesn't have it, but that's the spread of everything, so I'll kind of go briefly into that in a moment. Our conditions of approval and PUD waivers are listed here. The first conditions of approval include most of our typical ones, so rezoning, annexation, greenbelt requirements. It does include a cap on the total number of dwelling units, returning to the Planning Commission Board for review of the area master plan, providing a minimum usable open space for the total site area, access connectivity when additional road connections are required, and just a general condition that if progression does not occur, we are looking at potentially reverting it so as we're not having a residual zoned parcel for 20-plus years. There are several instances in the county, and we are just making sure that it is clear the expectations of this is not held in perpetuity. So the area master plan is very similar to their proposed concept plan utilized in their zone change application. And this is kind of the breakdown of uses. It is a kind of radiating effect from the creek, which does serve as the urban service boundary, the boundaries of city limits, and Cane Run. It has some floodplain associated with it. And all of those floodplain areas were rezoned to be a conservation district, which we utilize for all of our environmentally sensitive pockets. They do propose some amenities in that area that we will speak to briefly in a fair bit from now. But that is the kind of boundary between the center line of the creek to that location, kind of where that edge point is met. From that point, we see a large lot, kind of larger single-family lot, kind of adjoining it with a road that is going to kind of transverse from the north boundary to Payne's Depot Road, which would be their south and east boundary. As you kind of proceed towards McClellan Circle and Payne's Depot Road, you're seeing a potential shift in the lot sizes, lot areas, and everything like that. And then also housing typologies. So between the single-family detached, you're seeing a multifamily product. And then from that point, that multifamily product is buffering the single-family from the commercial activities, which is closer to the intersection of Payne's Depot Road and McClellan Circle. The total number of residential units for a single family is split up amongst two phases. The first phase is measuring 149 single-family detached residential lots. And then the second phase, which is kind of that interior to that larger road that is traversing the floodplain boundary, is 105 units. The zoning district, the R2, permits single-family detached residential as well as duplex and multifamily dwellings up to a maximum of 6 dwelling units per building or 12 per net acre. And then going towards that kind of business zone, that pink section identified as phase 3 on this plan, they have a B4 designation, which is the community commercial zone. It is one of our newer commercial zones. It has some design expectations and standards, as well as some pretty explicit intentions associated. I've included it in the staff report, but it is, to basically summarize it, it is meant to serve a smaller kind of retail area. So if you imagine kind of a radius around it, it's not intended to have those really large retailers like a Costco or ones where people from several counties away are coming here to get service. It is meant to be more localized. So you have like a mini Kroger-esque grocery store. You have a smaller amenities. There's some employers, doctors' offices, service providers, hair salons, et cetera. That is kind of focus for it. It's much more community-oriented, less drive from very far to this location. For that type of zone, you're looking at the B2 zone, which is at our interstates, and our B5 zone, which is where Walmart is located, which this is not intended for those users. And the standards of that zone are pretty explicit in that. They have limitations on the size of the buildings that you're looking at and the tenants therein. Those which require outdoor storage surface area and display of products, like used car lots and lumber yards, are dissuaded against. And those which have a large service area to be practicable, such as theme attractions, hotels, motels, and other mall-type amenities, which are, again, that regional appeal. This is meant to be much more locally interested. An item of note, if it is between 50,000 and 100,000 square feet, you are looking at involving the big box retail standards, which may not be applicable for the outlot tenants that will be having that frontage onto McClellan Circle or Payne's Depot Road. The kind of internal lot, though, where those are the larger kind of squares on your guys' 11 by 17s, those ones are where we're most likely going to be seeing an engagement with that big box retail standard in an interest of kind of creating an engaging environment, a la Hamburg, Summit at Fritz Farm, less of the kind of large shapeless box, which one day is going to be this store, the next day is going to be Walmart 5 or something like that. You don't know what's in it. It has distinct design expectations. Ultimately, staff finds that this area master plan meets our expectations for the zone that we have associated with it. The design standard, or the designs as shown, kind of satisfy that desire to have that radiating kind of intensity of uses, so much more active commercial to more people residential to a smaller or a larger lot residential to that kind of floodplain as you approach the edge of the city services and the edge of the city limits. And then again, keeping that more activity closer to the areas that are more well-suited to do that. So ultimately, staff does believe and find that the area master plan does satisfy those requirements. Moving to how you move through the site, there are several internal roads that are being proposed. Utilize this item here. I've kind of used colors to identify phasing. So areas in the orange, so starting down here at Paints Depot Road, coming up to this intersection here before making a turn, going around and along the floodplain C1 boundary, and then kind of making the turn up here before potentially connecting up to this neighborhood is our phase 1 of road development. They were specifically conditioned in their zone change applications that roadway construction should not occur from a city road or a smaller residential road. It needs to come from a road that is scaled appropriately for higher intensity users. We see semis, you see large heavy trucks on Paynes Depot and McClellan Circle. You see less of that on a Ferguson Lane, on a Mount Vernon Drive, on all those types of smaller roads. And so we want to dissuade those heavy truck users from going in areas where the turns are a little bit sharper. There's vehicles parked on both sides of the road or one side of the road. In this instance, for that neighborhood, you want to kind of keep them from that. So that would be our expectation, and that's what that condition is intended for. Phase 2 of single-family development is identified in this blue here. So this is just filling in kind of the internal arteries and the sub-arteries of this area, kind of just making additional connections, completing loops, and serving these kind of next phase of residential development for the single-family users. Phase 3 is looking at a continuation of some of the internal roads to serve some of our more active users with more engagement. So our commercial enterprises located at the corner, our apartments using this road that is going to be scaled for that, and then kind of directing them outwardly. And then this road here is identified on our subdivision plat as a temporary construction access road. The phasing plan of it would be a kind of limited utilization while the single-family residential construction is underway before transitioning to serve as similar to this kind of phase 3 large activity road. The cross sections for this area and the cross sections for this area are wider to allow for that kind of collector road status and that greater utilization. You would reasonably anticipate turn lanes in this area for various areas, or for various turning movements in order to allow for transversing through the properties and everything like that. Ultimately, though, a lot of the roads that we're seeing with the preliminary cross sections that we're seeing are expected to be that standard of construction where roads are wider to serve more people and get people to and from without having to do as many turns and everything like that. So we are seeing a wider kind of layout and everything like that. I do want to call out, and I just broke this, but there is an intersection here, which I did not include as a specific slide, but this kind of intersection is a topic of conversation on road geometry. There's kind of 2 consecutive curves in this general vicinity, and there's just some concerns on the ability for vehicles to move effectively through this area without backing up significantly and everything like that. I'm going to look at Ben for that type of thing. There's just a lot of mobility and a lot of standards for separation of curves and radii and everything like that. So this is currently being under review. A potential alternative has been entertained specifically for a traffic circle or roundabout, but ultimately it's really just going to come down to some engineering discussions and some creative thinking. There's also, there was a condition, I believe, a connection point shown to get to this farm to the south here. The creek, and I'm going to imagine that the creek kind of continues off the screen, but the creek kind of goes towards, and then Paynes Depot crosses over Cane Run before it continues eastward towards the interstate and everything like that. And this is a parcel that shares the same access point here as established by KYTC. And so as this site develops, we want to ensure that this user here continues to access. They've identified to have this roadway here. Staff has some concerns about that. It's kind of far into the property. Potentially just making this a 4-way intersection, maybe the more effective route forward, but ultimately that's going to come down to engineering and design items. I just wanted to point it out specifically for this kind of phase while I'm at the access circulation area. Our condition of approval number 9 states that, the full access road needs to be obtained at the 150th watt being installed. So phase 1 has 149, so if they are coming off of Payne's Depot Road or they're coming off of McClellan Circle, as is intended by our condition of approval from their zone change, they would all be kind of shuttled towards that location. But at 150, another connection to another roadway would be necessary. That is a standard condition that we apply for our PUDs, those with mixed housing options, just to ensure that users can have a safe ingress and egress from their properties. And if instances occur where they can no longer utilize Payne's Depot, they can access somewhere else and still get out of their neighborhood, and also service providers can come in. Yes, Brad?
Just make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. So, orange first has to be. But they don't have to do one entrance there until it gets to 150, and then they have to do the 2 connections.
Correct.
All right. Same thing.
And they will be, so, and why I kind of call out the pink area is that this is likely to be built in to serve the heavy truck traffic.
Yeah.
But until that's built to full access status, so it's built to the appropriate standards for road construction for everyday use besides just kind of a light, like a lighter grade
I understand.
construction, cement truck, yeah, that type of thing. So that's like cement trucks. If that is brought up to full construction status, that could, or full standards for residential or commercial use, that could satisfy that requirement of a second connection point. But they haven't quite figured out, at least to my understanding, like what that timing is going to look like. So having it as the construction option kind of allows for them to direct vehicles to certain areas and everything like that. Let's see. We'll move on. They did perform a traffic impact study with their zoning map amendment, and we did request an additional one for their area master plan and all their kind of subsequent items. Just some users were still kind of up in the air, and some areas may have not been considered in their entirety. So we did request a new one be performed, which they completed in February of 2025, and then did an addendum just a couple weeks ago for consideration of another road connection pursuant to our regulations. That was kind of the source of the original denial. We had identified the areas circled in pink where being surveyed, and our regulations state that any public road that you're wanting to make a connection to needs to be considered as part of your analysis. So we identified that circled kind of area in blue as an area that also required getting a traffic analysis and potentially some trips attributed to it. While we understand that we want people to take McClellan Circle and Payne's Depot Road, there may be residents, especially in this kind of general proximity to this blue circle, that may find that if they want to go north towards the school campus or everything like that, it may be a more effective route to just potentially transverse the existing public roads in the neighborhood and then come out onto McClellan Circle. Or if something happens, it's always in our best interest and in this public safety interest that we have connections where it is feasible and where connections are intended to stub out. And that neighborhood, which was platted in 2006, has always kind of had that stub option, with the understanding that this has been in the urban services area, this has been on the books, or intended to be on the books for connection area, that we just have that, and we just keep that movement going through as much as possible, just to maximize safety and accessibility for all residents. Their traffic impact study has a breakdown of trips. This slide is going to look very similar to the next slide. They're just going to reflect their attribution of trips and traffic for everything like that. A majority of trip activity is going to come from their anchor tenants and like their food establishments that they've shown. All of their users in their traffic impact study are uses allowed by right. We did vet them carefully to make sure that they were not showing a user that couldn't have even come there if they wanted to. And so like restaurants, auto items such as potentially a car wash or a gas station, service providers, sit-down restaurants, drive-through restaurants, anchor tenants have all been kind of considered accordingly. And a majority of those trips are going to come from the commercial and operators as opposed to the residential operators. Approximately about 10%, just under 10% is going to come from a single-family detached product, and then about 8.5% are going to come from a potential multifamily user, even when considering all of the number of residential units proposed. It's very similar to PM trips, very subtle changes in this, but it is going to still trips are still a majority going to be attributed to the commercial users as opposed to the residential product. They also did include an intersection performance rating for everything like that. So this is current conditions. At this point in time, there is really no major access on these two kind of green spots. These are servicing the farm that's being slowly converted and slowly developed over time over here. And then this area up here is also really just serving kind of the farm users. And so as such, like, they are getting an A rating because there's just not a lot of engagement with that area. They don't contribute really any activities. However, the intersection of Payne Steeple and McClellan Circle in both the morning and in the afternoon is seeing a C performance. So you're looking at a 30-second-ish delay, 25 to 30-second-ish delay for just getting and clearing through that intersection. Obviously, if circumstances are great, then you move a little bit faster. If circumstances are poor, then you move a little bit slower. In 2035, without any building, we're looking at the intersection of Payne Steeple and McClellan Circle degrading pretty notably. The red is, the center kind of color is the PM color, so it goes from a C movement where you're able to have a decent amount of movement to an F movement in the afternoon where you're locking in a little bit. There's not as many cars and vehicles that are clearing the intersection. So we are just looking at those types of behaviors and everything like that. When you are looking at a build with improvements, so for the intersection of Payne Steeple Road and McClellan Circle, that's a timing adjustment to allow for kind of equal preference for both users, like both directions of traffic, so north, south, east, and west. You're looking at a generalized kind of D performance overall, which is a state issue that they need to address on their timing. If they need to add additional items, that is at their discretionary call to fix that area. Building with improvements for the intersection of McClellan Circle as well as for Payne Steeple Road, though, do see some good movements through it. They're still able to transverse the property. They're not getting locked down at those key points in yellow and in green. The traffic impact study makes several conclusions. Again, as I stated, I kind of alluded to my first conclusion, or the first conclusion of the study, which states that a timing adjustment would be necessary for Payne Steeple Road at McClellan Circle. But as you can kind of see with this graphic here, timing is just, adjustments are going to naturally be needed with the growth patterns and everything like that and the activity of Georgetown just kind of slowly kind of increasing over time, users and activity. You just end up having to analyze and review all your performances to make sure that everything is running as it should and making adjustments accordingly. At full build out, the intersections at McClellan Circle and Payne Steeple Road would need intersection typology changes. So right now, without improvements like these, users who are trying to make left turns specifically would have a very difficult time of getting out. And so the traffic study alludes to the fact that at this location, there's kind of two options. If you want to proceed accordingly, you install a light at that location so it stops all the slow flow of traffic to allow for the users from the site to emerge, or you consider putting an R-cut in, which we have seen a lot of. I feel like that is a buzzword, which is a kind of, you can always make a right, but to make a left, you have to make a right and then get into the median and then make a controlled left turn, which is just a U-turn at this instance. In certain areas, specifically in Lexington, they are signalized to allow for that flow of traffic to slow going west and therefore north towards Frankfurt Pike, to allow for those users to have a little bit of an easier time as opposed to, okay, sit, and then quickly turn. The state may be so inclined to use one of those as opposed to an alternative that'll ultimately be at the state's call. But right now, at least as we see it, that area is going to need a new kind of intersection typology from that two-way stop to that alternative one. And then at the intersection of Payne Steeple Road, you're looking at an intersection typology change from the two-stop intersection to a lighted intersection, I believe is the recommendation right now. They do approach that bridge crossing of Cane Run, so there is some limitations on what types of intersections you can consider at this location. And again, ultimately, it is going to be state determination at this point. So if the state identifies that this use is going to be greater than this one, that's their call. We can manage the location of accesses. We have ordinances that manage that and establish the access points onto McClellan Circle and onto some of our roads, but it's ultimately the state that's going to determine what's going to happen when. The study identifies that in 2030, though, the intersection with I believe that one is McClellan Circle would need to see some improvements if this were to be approved. And in 2031, it would be that way for Payne-Steeple Road. So we do have a little bit of time with that, and that's assuming a linear growth and a linear building pattern. But generally speaking, in about 5 years, if this were to be approved, you would be looking at improvements. But overall, as these graphics kind of show, you would need improvements regardless. The traffic study also looked at, oh, and finally, before I jump to my next one, they did identify a need for auxiliary turning lanes, so right turns into the property, left turns into the property, giving people appropriate queuing space for those users who are trying to access and get out of the property. So we are looking at some auxiliary installations of lanes and other items at both locations. The traffic study addendum, which was our item that we received most recently, included reviewing of the intersection movements at Leota Way and into and out of the McClellan View subdivision, so utilizing that intersection with Ferguson and Fincastle to McClellan Circle. Right now, the network serves a 44-unit subdivision and a 16,000 square foot church, and the addendum found that the study finds that approximately 41 AM peak hour trips are generated and 54 PM peak hour trips are generated from both of those users. The study kind of drew a radius around that intersection, kind of pulled it out to about 1,000 feet and said, in theory, these users are going to use this intersection, and as opposed to going all the way around and then coming up Payne-Steeple Road, they may just have preference to when they're coming down McClellan Circle, they may just make that right and then kind of slowly weave through the neighborhood to get to their residence. And so we wanted to make sure that that was something that was considered. When you kind of draw that out, you're looking at about 75 potential users. Again, is it more, is it less? It just comes down to personal preference, so I can't exactly speak to that. But staff believes that it is a fair assessment to say 1,000 feet, generally speaking, you may see some people using it. It's not a guarantee. At that point in time, you're looking at approximately 97 AM trips, and 128 PM trips. So it does increase it. However, the intersection at Fincastle and McClellan Circle would not see a degradation past a level of service C, which is our comp plan established standard for intersection performance. We want our roads to be at that level or greater. It shows that the roadway and traffic movements are healthy and that people can clear intersections within a reasonable amount of time. I understand that it is adding some potential users to the area, but again, as we've stated, the AM movement patterns go from 15-second delay to an 18-second delay, and then PM goes from a 15-second delay to another 18-second delay, so it's really a 3-second, 4-second-ish additional time where you just have to wait a little bit longer before you can make a movement, which ultimately it meets our expectations and it has that level of service C associated with it. Ultimately, staff's general recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt the recommendations and conclusions of the traffic impact study and its addendum as submitted by the applicant. We believe that this satisfies all the requirements for our items, as well as with improvements to the roadways, the transportation network would not degrade to the point where it would cause significant cause for alarm at this point. I'm going to pause for water. So if you have any questions for me up to this point before we jump to review of the subdivision plat, feel free to fire them off. And then from there, we'll continue onwards. Hopefully you have a question.
No, I thought Harold was looking at me. I thought maybe he had a question. No.
When they do the study there, does that include any of the new development from Publix or anything with that new traffic flow or anything like that, or do they not take that into account? You know,
I do not believe that this study took that into account or under consideration.
That's on the other side, it's fine.
Yeah, that's on that kind of side of it. With the studies that we've seen, you would potentially see some more activity with that one, but I'm gonna defer to the representatives of EA Partners and otherwise to take care of that and kind of address that comment. So, they're the traffic engineers.
Thank you.
I didn't get an engineering degree, so I'm gonna defer it to their expertise.
As much as you love
Wouldn't
it.
it be all kinds of fun to be a traffic
Oh yes, the most delightful of paths forward.
Yeah.
Happy I left engineering school, that's for certain. Any other additional comments or questions before I move to the preliminary subdivision plat from the board.
Do we have a timeline when the entrance off Payne's Depot is going to be determined? You said that they may be making changes to that?
We do not have a timeline at this point in time. The study does indicate that at 2031, that intersection would need to be seeing some improvements, but ultimately it is going to be the state, so.
No, I mean like on the actual going into, off of Payne's Depot, actually entering. the
Oh,
property.
yes, yeah, that roadway intersection thing will need to be taken care of with their civil engineering plans prior to any of their recording of documents. So they've been working with Ben, they've shown us several proposals at this point, and it ultimately just, before we won't be able to record anything until that roadway is figured out. We wouldn't feel that wouldn't be appropriate for us to do that. We wanna make sure that the roads are safe and have the appropriate geometries and
Before the
everything
build.
like that. Yes, before you build.
And just a note about the public's comment, I also wonder if they took into consideration the development that's happening across the street. Because I know there's some active building going on, and then there's potential development as well.
I'm gonna also defer that one to their traffic engineer and the representatives of Ball Homes to go into a little bit more detail on their considerations of that intersection. All right. I was hoping it would be a little bit longer, that's okay. Our preliminary subdivision plat is solely for our 254 single-family detached lots, plus their HOA lot, plus some smaller little access way lots, and then their trailway considerations in their plans. As a kind of reminder, I included in the staff report, but this is a planned unit development, which is a non-Euclidean route for zoning and land use management, where you can potentially, and I'll use the word exchange, but you essentially kind of have this conversation of, if we can have these things, we will provide that item, and it just has that inherent flexibility. A lot of our projects that we see for especially large sites are planned unit developments where that kind of exchange is always kind of occurring, or at least being requested and everything like that. And we want to just make sure that we have a kind of balanced arrangement and an agreement to make sure that the product that we receive is a good product and that it has the amenities and items that we require. I've included an excerpt in the staff report about the regulations related to, as the zoning ordinance calls them, a planned development project. They are interchangeable in our ordinance, so I'm more often not going to reference it as a PUD going forward, so as to not have to say planned development project every single time. Uses and densities shall conform with the standards for the zoning district. Standards for lot layout and everything like that may be variable, and special conditions may be applied for instances and amenities that you want to add or potentially discuss with each other, so. The land uses and densities, overall, the proposed plan shows an overall density of 5.13 dwelling units per net acre of development, which is less than the standard 12 dwelling units per net acre of land set forth by the R2. As I stated briefly previously, these uses proposed at this point for this phase of development and activity is use by right. It is a single-family detached dwelling, and all of that items. I am gonna utilize this here so you can kind of see the line of where the phase 1 and phase 2, it kind of again fills in that area along the creek side before kind of filling internally, before going to the road. The timing, I will defer to them on how they may be kind of going through all that, but we did ask for an understanding of how phasing is going to work. Where should we expect activity to be occurring first? What are we gonna do going forward? And they've so graciously applied that and given that to us. These are our lot statistics. I used this in our staff report and then just pulled it out and then used the nearest neighborhood, which actually does count for several other neighborhoods, as this is, the McClellan view was formerly the Buchanan property, and the Buchanan property is bisected by the bypass loop, and so it does also include several properties along the other side of the bypass. The typical standards for the R2 zone are listed at 7,500 square feet for a minimum lot area, lot width of 60, and a front yard setback of 30. The requested waivers from the zone change, which are in effect, we will be asking and having a reaffirmation of that waiver later, but in effect, as approved by their zoning map amendment, their minimum lot area is 6,500 square feet, their minimum lot width is 50 square feet, or 50 feet, and then their front yard setback is 25. I utilized McClellan view, and by in effect, the neighborhood across the street. I researched their items. They have a minimum lot size of 6,600 square feet, a minimum lot width of 42.5 feet, and the setback of 30 feet. So this is a pretty typical, it's very consistent product with what we are seeing on the other side. This isn't a major deviation from what we see in our area and what is being executed in our community in proximity.
I have a question about that.
Uh-huh.
So you'd said before that they could have up to 12 houses per acre, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So this development is going to be 10 houses per acre, is that right?
It'll be 5.31 units per acre, per net acre.
So why is there such a need if there's going to be that much less housing, for the lots to be that much smaller? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I am going to look to the applicant as to why they wanted to
Okay.
have that. I cannot, and I would feel inappropriate to extrapolate on why
Thank you.
they would like to
Well,
have that
thank you.
narrowed area.
It's a big question, though.
Is a very thought-provoking question, but I'm gonna look to them and see why. Any other additional items while I've paused?
Something related to that, Elise, if we could get the developer to speak on how many additional units do they get with these edits to the sort of lot sizes? Or, you know, what's the difference if they stayed with the general typical standards versus what they're proposing?
Roy, are you taking notes? Okay, perfect. We will, I will let them do that, yes.
I'll prompt the conversation, but a large part of the reason that you're at 5.31 dwelling units per acre, but we're still requesting that, just comes down to how many square feet are in an acre and how many square feet are in these lots. So when the R2 zone proposes 12 dwelling units per acre, it really considers a mix of housing types or the potential to stack units. When you're breaking down into single-family lots that are 5,000 to 6,000 to 7,000 square feet, you're naturally only going to ever be able to maximize at, 7 to 8 units per acre as it is. And that's just based on, putting them as close together as you can. And so when you look at considerations like road geometry and, the other amenities for the development, that's why you end up in that situation. So 12 is if you utilize the most dense type of housing that you could for the area, which is multifamily, and it's 6 dwelling units per building. They're obviously proposing something very different. That type of development they're proposing just takes up more space.
I think it's important, and I'm sure you probably will put this up, but the chart on page 10, which shows the percentage of lots that fall in what range. Right, when we talk about the minimum, that is the minimum, but in reality, well over 50% of the lots will be 7,500 square feet or above at full build-out, right?
Yes, and you're jumping ahead of
Oh,
my
sorry.
slide. It's
Okay.
totally fine. I'm happy to
Sorry.
have you
No,
do a
when
nice.
you get to it, I'll shut up.
Oh,
No.
no, I love the intro slide, because that is genuinely where I am right.
Just a
I'm
good
going right
segue
now.
for you, Elise.
I really do appreciate it. So I've broken down, I requested the lot areas, and then I punched Excel, made sure Excel worked for me, and then have broken down by phase the minimums, averages, and maximums, as well as the percent distribution of our housing lots. Overall, the minimum lot size that they're requesting is 6415. We've identified that, we've told them that is in violation of their approved waiver requests, and they are aware that they will be having to correct that. It's just not been reflected on the plan set that we have submitted. The average overall, you're looking at 8,600 square feet, and then the largest lot you're looking at is a 30,000 square foot house, or residential lot. That's a very large house. So on average, you're seeing a house size, or a lot size that is 1,000 square feet greater than the standard for the zone. This just, by having the minimum lot size being 6,500, as Mary has stated, it allows for that range. So you get a variety of housing products. You get the housing that you get when you are freshly married, and then you also get the housing that you are getting when you have a bunch of kids, and then maybe when you're downsizing back again to a ranch style thing or something like that. So this allows for a more diverse amount of housing options, and again, that can be reflected on their lot areas. No one residential lot type is greater than 26%. It's about a quarter of the lots are 8,000 to 10,000 square foot lots. 41% of them, 105 lots, are between 6,500 and 7,500, with a lot more of them kind of being on that kind of midpoint. So it's kind of this bell curve situation for these lots that we're seeing coming in. Lot widths, I also have those statistics available. So overall, you're looking at a minimum of 46. Again, we've identified the applicant is aware that that is less than what is approved by their waiver, and so they will have to adjust those ones accordingly. The average is the zone average, which is that 60 feet wide lot, and then our maximum lot width is those 139s, which are typically those ones which are double frontage, where they have the long side yard that is actually along the road, but the house may not face that direction. When we went in, we tried to get as much information as possible and be as accurate as possible, so that's why we get a lot of percents and decimals and everything like that. Again, this lot range does have a little bit more of a kind of bumping kind of strategy, so while we have those items that are under the 50 feet, which will need to be addressed, a lot of our houses are, or 60% of the houses are between the 50 and 60 foot lot range, and then after that point, everything exceeds that value. So while they may be a smaller lot width, like we do have these lot sizes that are a little bit deeper, especially on that conservation side. Those lots are particularly deep. They're also particularly deep along the north side and on the side adjoining the lavender farm, because there are additional buffer requirements where buildings cannot be placed in the interest of protecting agricultural activities, and to make sure that there's that separation line between that residential or that more active urban residential and then those lower intensity users. So those is where that's where we kind of get these things where they may be a narrow lot, but they may be longer and deeper, so that they can still have that area that is meeting our standards and expectations. So, okay. Special conditions side of things. So as I've stated in our item and several times now, our conditions of approval stated that 10% of the area must be usable open space, and no more than 50% of that area may be attributed to the C1 Conservation District area. They have proposed a combination of the C1 area, so they are proposing some trailways through the floodplain, which will require additional permitting. They show a pocket park, they show some kind of greeneries, and then they show their kind of access ways through that area. Those are kind of 3 green ones there. It's a little bit hard with the light coloring. I'll make a note to not make them that light again. But there are kind of 3 areas located approximately every 20 or so lots. So the northernmost one being up here, the kind of central lot here at the end of terminus of this roadway, and then kind of this midpoint here. And then the pink is meant to illustrate the kind of potential trail route. That's where a lot of our conditions are gonna come from in our conditions of approval. We just wanna make sure that these are put in and what the standards are, who's responsible, just to make sure that when these things come in, they get taken care of and they get kind of respected by property owners and respected by the HOAs, and just kind of setting very clear expectations of how this is going to work. Is my belief, and is the office's thing, if you wanna have open space, it needs to be usable, it needs to be accessible, you need to be able to engage with it in order to kind of make that balance kind of work out in the favor of, we're having smaller lot sizes, we're doing this, but you get kind of this expanded amenity feature. In our previous meeting last month, their expanded amenity feature was a community center. And so we see kind of users and developers taking different angles to provide that amenity in that exchange and that conversation on what is going to go where and when and how and why. So this is kind of our access ways. And then, again, I chose the light colors. I'm so sorry about that one. But I highlighted again our access ways in green here. And then they have elected to, in addition to a pocket park, which is located here, they are electing to do a wider sidewalk, kind of having a natural sightline and guiding from kind of key intersections and areas to kind of have this kind of shaded pathway that is a little bit wider, 2 people can walk side by side to get to this access way, which then you can utilize for private recreational purposes, taking walks, walking your dog, that type of thing. So this will kind of go around this area. It also kind of guides residents as they come in on this area. There's also some showing in this kind of roadway whenever this potentially comes in, which is not being under consideration right now, as well as some areas here for this kind of commercial user, just to kind of have this unifying element. This is not oftentimes seen, It is a strategy which we are generally in favor of when executed well. But the critical part of this conversation on what makes this creditable is putting in those trees, having that wider sidewalk. So there are several conditions about what our expectations are, what our standards are, how we're going to record these items to make sure that these are put in, these are respected and cared for, and then they can kind of grow and, at times, depending upon the species, blossom into this kind of really interesting kind of landscaped environment where you are comfortable and it's easier for you to go out and take a walk because it's actually not baking down on you and there's no trees and it's really narrow. So we wanted to kind of make sure that that kind of came into play into that conversation with the developer. And this is what they've kind of proposed so far. I can let them kind of speak to the logistics as to what they want to do with it. But that's ultimately where we're kind of coming from on that one. There are several landscaping requirements, that are specifically page 12. So we are familiar with our 6.14 agricultural landscaping requirements. That does also include our C1 areas. We want to respect our floodplains. We want to keep activities and amenities outside of our floodplains. So fencing is required along that kind of north-south boundary of that floodplain, that C1 boundary. We would rather not see large play equipment, those types of items start to impose, so that fencing is being installed and required to be installed to kind of have that natural boundary for everything. There's an additional to that, a 50-foot buffering requirement, so buildings are pretty set back from that. There's no tree planting installation at this location against the C1, but it is required against the agricultural areas. So that is specifically the Northside Christian property, which is zoned A1, the Blazer Farm to the south, which is also zoned A1, and then internally this Lavender Farm, which is still being agriculturally zoned, still not annexed into the city limits. And so along these areas, the applicant has shown and reflected that additional buffering, as well as they've made indication that they will be installing those trees pursuant to our requirements. So those kind of areas in pink and orange. The temporary construction route from McClellan Circle, which is in pink, is adjoining that residential, or that agricultural zone. And so staff advises several condition with some details about it regarding that fencing for that specific user to ensure that, especially construction debris, when you have a lot of users, you have a lot of junk coming off, it can really kind of damage items, damage vehicles, harm crops, that type of thing. So putting in that fencing to denote that boundary is pretty critical to, in our opinion, to protect that user. And again, just to note, like, that's not for you guys. Let's try to keep and respect this boundary as much as possible. And so a fence would be required to be installed at time of construction, easement, route designation, and then just making sure that that fence is put in and maintained throughout that construction. And then if that area becomes a kind of permanent full access route, we just make sure that that fencing is still there, should that user still be engaging in agricultural activities. Yeah, we want to balance that agricultural character and that residential component and make sure that they can kind of walk side by side without having any kind of conflict points as much as possible. Vehicle use area and interior landscaping area requirements are not applicable in this instance. I'm going to hold that in this page when we talk about the minimum canopy. As a single-family residential use, a range of 10% to 15% of the site must be under a tree canopy as determined by their existing canopy that will be retained as part of development. They do propose removal of the majority of the trees on this site, so as a result, we're looking at a 15% canopy overall. This can be achieved with their agricultural landscaping, this can be achieved with their shade trees, and oftentimes, and potentially is what we see is that even with all those things, people still are required to put in those individual lot trees or some other amenity like that. What is critical to us is that the tree, the 15%, needs to be located in the neighborhood. If it's all in that one area, be like, those are my trees over there. That's my shade spot, and that's a quarter of a mile down the way. That's not really doing very effective ways of reducing heat island effect or beautifying an area when it's just, that's that clump over there. And so what our recommendation is to condition that the canopy needs to be 15% overall. It needs to be distributed evenly across all the phases of, or units of development as they kind of go through. just to make sure that we keep that consistent kind of canopy. We're not making the last house on the block have 100 trees as well as their house. That's a little bit ridiculous, and we wanna prevent that and respect that. Some last minute engineering items, just the preliminary grading plan has been submitted, and you guys do have that item. The lots 162 and 150, or 162 to 165, which is located in this general vicinity, has been identified as a potential karst area, so they will have to do some review pursuant to our requirements in environmental sensitive areas, just to make sure that they monitor that area, and make sure that it does not behave inopportunely, and you're not having a house, then suddenly waking up, then you have an underground house. It'd be really unfortunate. So they would need to study that. They also need to submit stormwater management plans, to ensure that this is being treated on site and taken care of appropriately per our regulations. Ultimately, kind of quick concluding comments before the 5 findings I've submitted and we get into the real fun part of me ripping through 33 conditions of approval. My staff's conclusions is that plan unit development may depart from literal conformance with individual lot dimensions and regulations if a developer can satisfactorily prove that waivers requested do not diminish the intent of the regulations, if all of the uses are proposed by right, and the intent of the regulations of having these kind of variety of housing options as dictated by the 3 different housing types listed in the zone is kind of satisfied in that part of everything. The staff finds that the application satisfies its zoning map conditions of approval, and the traffic impact study in its addendum has been found to meet the requirements of the adopted traffic access and impact study guidelines and procedures. After a thorough review, staff finds that the application meets the requirements set forth by the adopted regulations for planning and development, and recommends in favor of the preliminary subdivision plat and the area master plan, and recommends the following findings, conditions of approval, and waivers. So there are 5 conditions, or 5 findings. I'm gonna kind of quick summary them. This references a preliminary development plan. I do want to state that this is not a preliminary development plan. This is a preliminary subdivision plat, but it's consistent with the approved PUD zoning. The maximum number of the total number of dwelling units, building coverage, site density complies with the standards set forth by the zone and its conditions of approval associated with the plan. The access to the conservation area meets the expectations and provides additional landscaping and access points for the community to access that conservation area effectively. And property perimeter buffers are shown to satisfy the requirements of the landscape ordinance, and that a lot of items related to stormwater management, utility service, fire protection can be adequately provided to serve the proposed development, subject to approval by those agencies in compliance with all comments related to technical review committee.
Maybe you should let everyone else, you have to read out all 33 of those.
I'm not gonna read out all of them. I'm gonna do summary of them.
Maybe you should have everyone like do 3 at a time.
Yeah, we'll do like 1, 2, we'll popcorn it, your turn. Anyway, I digress. We'll get back on track. Staff recommends in favor of the preliminary subdivision plat and the area master plan for the Gaines Farm property. And recommends the 4 waivers as stated in their zoning map amendment related to width, area, setbacks, and density overall. The first 2 conditions of approval are here. These are typical conditions of approval. The conditions 3, 4, 5, 3 through 7 are also typical conditions of approval, just satisfying all of our requirements, going through the proper procedures, taking care of all their utilities and offsite items. City Ordinance 15014 does require a common scheme of development and HOAs. That's a city ordinance, it's not an us ordinance, but we are kind of the operators of that ordinance, so that is a requirement per that regulation. So we would recommend that that goes in there. Condition, let me actually pull up my noted on sheet. Items 9 and 10 have to do with utilities, and the service providers, making sure that they can use everything that they need to do, making sure they get all their radii taken care of, all that fun, great stuff. Conditions 11 through 15 on this page, and then 16, 17, and 18 on the following page have to do with the regulations for road construction and design, They need encroachment permits from KYTC for off-site roadway improvements. They need to, that is their responsibility to take care of all those items. Secondary access points need to be established prior to the recording of the 150th lot. The development access points, as stated by the applicant at McClellan Circle and Paynes Depot Road, need to perform at a level of service C or greater. We'll be monitoring that for performance to make sure that it isn't just a do it and ditch, it's a do it and actually do what you're supposed to do and improve the roads as you expect to. The submitted traffic study conclusions are also recommended. That is, recommended to be, that the applicant be held to that. That is condition 17. And then that second full access connection to the public roadway shall occur at the recording of the 150th lot, as I've stated. Conditions 19 and 20 have to deal with karst areas and environmentally sensitive areas, making sure that they satisfy all of our requirements for those specific items. Conditions 21 and 22 have to deal with the recording of preserved plantings and proposed plantings and their species types, as well as the open space items. Those should be all platted on individual lots designated for management by either the developer or HOA, depending upon the timeline. Conditions 23 and 24, 23 on this page, have to speak to the walkways and trails. So the trailway in the C1 area is expected to be completed prior to the recording of the 150th lot. They made it really kind of easy for us to kind of say this is the timeline point. Obviously, sooner the better, but that it is expected that that be installed at that point in time. The defined tree protection easement has to do with their shade trees. So there are several standards associated with this item relating to responsibility for maintenance. Who's gonna put it in? Who puts it in if some one of them comes out when you're building? Where are we gonna find a note for this? That type of item. And then it also lists the standard specific, which are items A through D, specifically about the width of the tree planting, making sure the easement, making sure that the trees can have enough space to grow appropriately, that it not contain any utilities so that it does not interfere with service provision. And besides like the lateral connections and the everything like that from the central line that may be traveling along the roadway to the house, they be installed pursuant to the locations identified on the plat and be installed at a frequency no less than 1 tree per 55 linear feet of road frontage. So it's about 1 tree per lot. In some lots, they may be a little bit more, some lots they may be less. It's meant to be this kind of uniform thing where it is the communal tree and that communal canopy. These trees can, in theory, kind of over time in 20 years, have kind of interlock with one another potentially, and then kind of create that nice unified front of tree canopy. That's kind of the intent of the 150 of the 55. And that a species-specific plan be put in. We want to make sure that it satisfies the requirements, make sure it's non-toxic and safe for the community. Ideally, finding ones that are compatible native is ideal, but just making sure that they're at least on the list is a critical part of our conversation. Condition 25 and 26 have to deal with fencing. So condition 25 is the requirements for the A1 joining one. This is very long, but this is essentially just the section 6.14 of the standing regulations. It has to also deal with who's maintaining, who's responsible, when does this fencing kind of go in, who's gonna deal with all of it, notes accordingly. Condition 26 is much of the same, except for that's with the C1 specific boundary. There's no planting requirement for C1, as I've stated. A1 only has the planting, so that item does speak to the conditions and requirements for that. Condition 27 and 28 have to deal with the conservation accessway lots, specifically that they be platted on their own. As they are differently zoned, we want them to just be noted as their own kind of platted items, and that they have a fence installed. The intent of this fence is to ensure that people don't start to creep in over time into that accessway. That's meant to be a communal property, and if that's now communal property in Jim's shed, and then Jim's kids' playground, and then this thing, and then slowly over time you just get free yard, that's not the intent of it. It's meant to be a denoted line of saying, this is us, this is not yours, this is ours. It should tie into the required conservation C1 fencing and should be along that side yard and be installed when they do the platting and everything like that. The maintenance of that would be the developer until such time that an HOA is established. Conditions 8 is, so this is having to do with the fence installation. I forgot to hit the button. Condition 29 has to deal with the open space amenity in the C1 area, just making sure and reiterating that it's platted and that it's recorded and it's maintained. Condition 30 has to deal with the HOA pocket park, identified as lot 214, which just states that it needs to be maintained by the HOA, plantings need to be put in, everything needs to be recorded. Conditions 31 and 32 have to deal with the temporary access road, specifically related to the fencing requirement associated with that, to prevent that kind of conflict point as much as possible. Installing that fence is a kind of our best route forward, in our opinion, to protect that agricultural use to the north as best as we can, as heavy truck traffic may be utilizing that area. And then as the area develops and that becomes a permanent access road or a full access road, it still has that fence, as that property is still agriculturally zoned at that point. And condition 33 has to deal with the specific requirements and expectations related to tree canopy. They stating that it be distributed evenly across all phases, that statistics be consistently updated as new units come through to reflect this, to ensure that we can check on their compliance and make sure they're meeting that benchmark. And then that standard for plantings and everything like that, just where they're gonna go, who's it gonna be, who's gonna take care of it, that type of item. That's it. I'm not reading all that. So I'm gonna break it down, kind of quickly run through it. If there's specific questions about condition language, I believe we can kind of address them as they come up. But
Question on the waivers. I think what I heard you say is that the waivers were approved at the time of the zone map amendment, so at the rezoning, but it's just here to reinstate and to make sure that they comply with those.
yes,
Okay.
so it is
Make sure I
it is a reminder item. We
Right,
want to make
okay.
sure that those stay.
All right. Any questions from the commission for Elise? Before we get the applicant up here, Mr. Green?
I have a question. 15 and 16? Can you click the clicker back to that?
The intersection performance, yes?
Yes. So, just hit that real quick. That's a condition of approval. And it's, who's gonna monitor that? Who's gonna do the studies on that? How's that gonna be enforced? Is it just put in there to just because we want that, or is it like, does it have any teeth to it, or why is that? I mean, I understand why you've got it in there. I just wanna know what it really means, like.
Yeah. Holden sounds like he's gonna make a comment.
He's
so-
got this.
So I'll let the applicant talk, and this has been an ongoing conversation with the applicant. The real intent there is with the traffic study that was provided to the office and what we utilized to review this. The big takeaway from my perspective was with the improvements, whether that's changing in timing or the installation of those arc cuts, or if it warrants the signalization, if they go through those steps and they do what their traffic study says, then they can achieve that level C overall. Staff's intent with that is that we want them to do the things that they say they're in power of being able to do.
Yes.
We fully understand that this is not the only development in town. If other developments take place and make that unobtainable, then I would say they need to come back to the planning commission and explain that they've done everything they can to achieve that, and they were just unable to, at which point that condition could be removed. The applicant, again, has concerns about that. I know they're gonna come up here and they're gonna make their case for that, but again, from staff's perspective, we want them to do everything that is in their power to mitigate that traffic issue when they are able to do those things.
Understanding the state ultimately has to.
Understanding it's state right away, the state gets to make the final decisions.
Okay, they can come back. Thank you all.
I do want to call the question, or at least identify condition 14, which states that prior to the initiation of phase 2, or the recording of the 150th lot, the applicant performs an updated traffic impact study just to see how we're performing in these areas. So are we seeing a hit being taken? What's going on? What can we do with that? Just a kind of a checkpoint similar to that level of C. Also, in theory, that's a couple years down the line, we can see how these intersections are performing as a way to make sure that we're moving through as we should and not just being stuck.
Any additional questions for Elise from the commission? Anybody else? All right, so applicant want to come up?
Members of
Hello.
Planning Commission, I'm Rory Cayley with EA Partners. I'm not an engineer. Let's start that. With me, I do have Rick Nunnery from our office. He is an engineer, and Brian Stevens from Ball Homes. They can help me out, answer your questions. You've heard a lot of information and a few questions that you did have. The density question and the lot sizes. The plan's for 254 single-family homes. To build that sort of neighborhood, you gotta have a variation in there of sizes of homes, keep it, not stagnant. So we have lots going from 50 feet up above 70 feet. Some of the areas, the lots, as you mentioned, are going to have a 50-foot setback in the rear yard. So those lots are going to be larger, even though you may not increase your buildable area. Specifically for the density, how many could you have if you just went with the zone itself? So zone wants to have 7,500 square feet, and that breaks into an acre. You're getting less than 6. There's issues with the open space, with the roads, all these other items that take the overall property down in what you can, I'll say this, Georgetown removes roads and open spaces when they do their density calculations. Not all counties do that. Sometimes you look at the overall density versus the overall property of the farm. With that, this one has 40 acres of open space, so for a very large farm, what you can actually build on and get these density numbers is limiting. We're bringing you the single-family homes with this first phase. Apartments would be the next phase. That piece will be denser. That will bring our numbers up, providing more homes. She had 33 conditions. We went over all of them. We're not here to fight about any of them. The one clarification we did want is with the tree canopy plantings. We have 15% canopy plantings. We have plantings associated with buffer areas, and it is written that they would be planted before we went to record. So before we had the sidewalks in, before we had any of the houses in, it is set up that the trees would be on the lots. For the canopy requirements to be met, it's probably 2 trees per lot. We would like the clarification that we can have the tree planting bonded so that we can do the house construction, do the sidewalk construction before the trees have to be planted. That just keeps us from planting them multiple times.
So that you can make sure the root
Yes.
structure doesn't, I guess,
Yeah.
impede on the sidewalks.
So it's very important to staff that those trees get planted. At the same time, we do not want to plant a tree and then that tree gets tore out whenever they're trying to construct the house. And then Rory comes back and plants another great tree, which is then tore out whenever they build the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And Rory plants the 3rd tree. So with that in mind, if the planning commission would like to consider adding a clarification that we just need the trees planted after 75% of the houses have been built and certificates of occupancies have been issued, I think that would achieve that goal. We want to have the people who come in early to get some sort of canopy coverage, and there will be other trees planted on site, not specifically in that shade area. But by the time 75% of the houses are built, we need to see the trees.
In that phase or period?
So this is, I would say take phase 1 on its own.
Which condition is that? I would read, but we
It
might be here
is
for
the
another 15
condition,
minutes.
Elise, that,
24?
that has all the broken out parts.
Yeah.
And again, this is the planning commission's decision. We don't want to see trees planted and tore out needlessly, but we also don't want to wait till the very last house gets built and then have all the trees coming in.
Would the trees not go in, the same time the sod is going in or the other landscaping is going on? And would it not be kind of in that order? Or do you plan to hold the trees?
And I'll let Roy speak.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because they're gonna be building houses one at a time, they really only wanna pay for our landscaper once. And so if they come in and they plant the tree at one point and then everything comes in, that tree's normally got a warranty of 1 year. And then so every house is gonna have a different 1-year cycle that it's running. That's up to you guys though.
What if we did it by year, 'cause that way keeps the trees more uniform instead of by build-up?
First, yes, the trees and the sod are all after the house is constructed and they're ready to turn it over to the homeowner. So,
That will happen at that time.
yes, yes. And that's where we were looking at having the warranty on the tree go up until that point.
The homeowner.
With the homeowner at the end of construction when, you know, as he said, you do 75% of the lots. So you're gonna have a very large chunk of the street done. You're gonna come back, you'll have all the sidewalk, all the houses will be lived in, and then you'll have people on site to take care of them. If you're trying to put the trees in before the construction activity, the construction guys are not gonna be as careful as the homeowner is about their tree. The warranties are set up for a year based on the recording of the plat. So as the plats go to record, I mean, that's sort of a time frame for these, you know, it's a time frame for the timing of the warranties to start. We have 149 lots in the first phase. That's probably 3 years of growth if everything's moving well. Just to, you know, give you guys an idea of what we're looking at here.
There was a question, and Mr. Krebs, I think that you got the phone call about this, and I didn't really understand what they're talking about. There was a question about the number of trees and where the trees. Do you recall someone calling you about that? Yes.
Yes, I did.
I just want to know if that's been addressed. Or I didn't know what
It
it
is,
was about.
it is not related to this at all.
It's not,
But,
okay.
yeah, they were asking for a buffer along the existing part of the subdivision
Okay.
out there.
It's already there, exists.
Except behind there.
Yeah.
So McClellan View was required to keep or install new plantings along that south boundary. And so those went in, there's a tree protection area, and there are some individual homeowners who have since removed those trees. And now, I believe that may be the person, that they express interest in maybe having some trees be put in. As it stands right now, there's no property perimeter landscaping requirement between a new neighborhood of the same zone as the neighborhood on the other side of you to put in additional landscaping. If that is ultimately the planning board, or the board's discretion, that's up to you guys, but at this point in time, there is no standing regulation that would require an installation like that.
What trees were removed? I don't know if the neighborhood has removed trees except for one that fell down. We had a flood area that we had to remove some trees because it fell on the back fence.
It just kind of depends on a case-by-case basis. I can't exactly speak to which ones, at this point in time. we'd have to go out and check on all that, so.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the applicant?
I just didn't hear you at the beginning. We had asked about, like, how many more units are you netting based on some of those lot size variances? Do you have a number there, or would this be a big hit if we weren't to approve that condition, or?
Well, the variances, the waivers are already approved. That was done with the zone change. And we didn't do a check on it because for the last year I've been working under those conditions. Sure. It was just the number of at 7,500 per lot, if you could make perfect square lots of just that size, it was 6. And she's gonna do the math now and give us a real decimal. But, you know, 43,560 divided by 7,500.
You're looking at about 5.
Okay, so.
So they're about equal to it, just with.
And that's when,
smaller
yeah,
lot size lots.
gotcha, thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant from the commission?
And I'll just, Rory touched on it, I mentioned at the beginning, but as a planned unit development that anticipates multifamily development taking place later on in this development cycle, the assumption is they are low in this area, 5.31, because they're intending to move some of that density to the
Apartments.
multifamily development process once that gets there. Without the ability to move that density around, you likely would not be seeing a totally single-family product going in this area. But that's me speculating. Just be aware that the density is expected to move between the areas of the development.
Yeah, up next to Buchanan property, through the zone change, we decided that, and as the neighbors were requesting, those were the bigger lots of what we're putting in, so. 20 years ago, I was up here in front of this body, getting that plan approved, so, just a side note.
Are you asking for specific verbiage in number 24 then, about timing of the tree installation? Or
There's
just
a-
wanting it to be on
Just
record that we're talking about?
sort of need it on the record. There's a bonding policy that is out there now that we just want to be able to follow it. As it was written, it said trees planted prior to platting or bonded would be, I guess, the easiest fix inside of there. Any,
So is that overriding what Commissioner Holden said of the 75%?
oh, well, we could add the 75% as well. I mean, yeah, we could either, I haven't worked up a sentence, but it looks like they are. Bonding of the proposed plantings up to 75% of constructed homes. And the bonds are come up, every year you have to renew them or get them released, so, at some point, the trees go in, and then the money being held to do that is released back to the developer.
All right, additional questions from the commission? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anybody, members of the public? Questions, comments, anything you would like to come up? Yes, can you come up to the, so that we can have it recorded for the minutes?
I just have a question for clarification. So the retail establishments are gonna be smaller, more entrepreneurial type along McClellan, and then inside there'll be bigger box stores?
That's consistent with what the concept plan has shown. Obviously, there's some flexibility. It may become kind of a more Summit at Fritz Farm product where there's smaller users and there's just a lot more of them. But that's ultimately going to be at their discretionary call. Both are allowed, just with some limitations on the maximum size of a user. So the exact execution is still to be determined.
Additional questions?
Are you gonna start that sign-up sheet?
Can you come up to the, I'm sorry, can you come up to the microphone, just so we have it for the record?
Well, I'm third on the list on that.
Oh, it's not in order, just whoever raises their hand.
Well, I have a number of questions about this whole development.
Okay, come on up.
Can we get names and addresses?
Yeah, can you give your name and address?
Yeah, my name's Jerry Bergenhagen. I'm the third one on that list. I live in McClellan View, and my concern is the entrance from this subdivision on Leo Way. Could I ask you to put the map up that showed the orange roads and blue roads in the beginning and borrow your pointer?
I'll give you the pointer now while I'm trying to get everything back to where we were.
Is it still broken, Elise, the pointer?
No, it should be extendable. So
Okay.
Yeah, oops.
Elise has been hitting people with it or something, I don't know what you've been doing.
Well, this leeway is a two-lane road. There's no parking would be on one side to allow fire trucks to get through on that road. And so is Ferguson Lane that goes down there. So I'm asking, is this orange road basically going to be a two-lane road, or is it going to be much wider? If so, how does it meet up with Leo Way?
Elise, do you want to answer, or the applicant?
I consulted with our planning commission engineer, and it will be a matching cross-section. So it'll be the same width, same parking requirements as is existing off of Leota right now.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Now, can you put up the slide that had the McClellan View subdivision on it? Yes. All right. In the public's construction that you have approved, this entrance here is going to be converted to a big circle to allow semi-trailer trucks to come in, which means it's only going to be a right turn out of our subdivision. They said somewhere up in here, they're going to build a left turn lane so we can turn around and go back up the other direction.
That's not right. They're not supposed to be putting trucks in there. They're coming.
Yeah, I
in
know
anyway.
they're not,
Yeah,
but
that's
they're
not-
constructing a road that would, trucks could go in whether we like it or not. I know they're putting a no truck sign up here, but that may not stop a truck from turning in. Secondly, this subdivision over here has got this entrance to it here. So my question is, where are you going to build the other exit to get out of this new development?
So this will be. There's a one with anything that is. So there is an existing farm entrance right here. So you can see the stub point for that neighborhood.
There?
Yes, and so this entrance here, these align with each other.
So that's where
So
you're
that
gonna
will
build-
be their second access point onto there.
And to get in here.
Correct.
Okay, all right, and then somewhere they're gonna build another turnaround in here. So we, because we can only do a right turn out of the subdivision when they do this public development.
Yes, yeah, the state has received the R-cut request, and I believe that has been approved by the state.
It
So
has been approved?
It has been approved by the state at this point.
All right, now. All right, the entrance, guess what I covered, okay, I made some notes here. Some of our neighbors have been considering making McClellan View a private gated community. If so, that blocks off the Leeway entrance. We would put a gate there, and there would be a gate at the Ferguson Lane entrance too, in order to get into the community. Now, it hasn't been fully discussed in our HOA or whatever, but neighbors have talked about making a gated community to avoid all the traffic that would come through. If you build 554 homes, 2-car garages, that's 508 cars if they all decide to come out. Leeway, that's a lot of traffic down Ferguson Lane. I know that's not typical, and that's not what the traffic studies show, but it's possible. So we've kicked it around, say, can we make it a private community? That's something you folks are gonna have to consider because it changes their development plan. All right, finally, a fire station. This subdivision was discussed at the zoning requirement is outside the 2-minute requirement of the fire department. If Ball Homes builds 254 homes in there, the average price of a Ball home right now is going anywhere from $350,000 to maybe $400,000, according to the news graphic property transfers. That's anywhere from $9 to $101 million of property taxable homes. It seems to me Ball Homes could make a significant contribution to a new fire station somewhere in that development to satisfy the 2-minute requirement, and the city commission is considering a new fire department. So those are things to please consider, and I think the fire station is probably the most important one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, you've answered the questions. Oh, I did have one question. Do you know what the lot width is that backs up to the McClellan subdivision homes? I live at 145 Ferguson Lane. I've watched corn, tobacco, wheat grow in those fields behind me ever since I've lived there, since 2014.
The preliminary subdivision plat that we have, it states that the lots will be anywhere between 60 and 75 feet wide. It'll kind of alternate between sizes.
Okay,
So that's specifically these ones here. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure which lot is yours.
well, let's see, where's the Ferguson?
So Ferguson comes like this, and then the
Okay,
others here.
I'm right in this area. I think I'm
Yeah.
either 8 or 9.
Okay, so you're looking at 75, and then I believe a 60-foot, and then a 75. So I believe they're alternating them
Okay,
between sizes, so it will be at or above the standard for the zone right now.
because I know Ball, on a 60-foot lot, they probably will not build a single-family, one-level home, ranch-style home. over McClellan Springs, on every 60-foot lot, they built 2 stories. That subdivision down there by, across from Kroger's, same thing, whole 2 stories because the lots are narrow. And my house sits 15 feet below that farmland. You build a 2-story house in there, somebody gonna be looking in my bedroom windows. Food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to just state very quickly, McClellan View, like the Ferguson, Fincastle, and Leota are all city-maintained roads, so they'll have to work with the traffic committee before any kind of management.
Gated development,
Gating, that type of item. Not saying it's off the table, just saying that it's above us, it's the
Yeah.
city. And then the fire response one, we did have a question with this when we spoke with the fire department last. They do not consider potential neighborhoods, they only consider the neighborhoods that are existing. So when they are looking at the fire response times, because this is in a neighborhood that has a development plan or is under construction, they just don't have it in their maps. That doesn't to say that Mr. Bergenheim is incorrect on the ability for the fire department to get within the 4-minute response window that is expected of the Georgetown Fire Department, just that it isn't under consideration at this point in time, and if it is built, they'll have to look into it.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have a question? Are you finished? I'm sorry.
I lost my train of thought. Give me a minute.
You can come back if you think of it.
Pardon me?
You can come back if you think of it.
Well, I got another commitment later on.
Okay,
so
all right.
I want to thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it very much, so, and the fire department's important, at
Thanks
least
for
to me anyway. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Yeah. Hello.
Good evening. I owe you my name and address. I'll get that. I'm Lauren Patches. I own a property that is adjacent to Dream Chase Farm, Old Friends Thoroughbred Retirement Farm, and we share an entrance with them off of Paynes Depot Road. We have shared, both myself and other members of our neighborhood have shared, along with Old Friends Farm, who we have a wonderful relationship with, concerns about the traffic on Paynes Depot Road and how it impacts the ingress and egress to our neighborhood. It is quite dangerous because it's a single lane off of Paynes Depot into the neighborhood. So as soon as you start including tour buses, semi-trailers, tractors, things that are servicing a farm, as well as construction, garbage trucks, etc., you've got a vehicle having to come to a full stop on Paynes Depot, especially driving southbound in order to get into the neighborhood. I know you have commissioned traffic studies as you're looking at this new neighborhood. Certainly this individual subdivision and the additional development going on within the county will only continue to increase the traffic on Paynes Depot Road. So I would really encourage you to consider a systematic look at from McClellan, or from the bypass all the way down to the freeway, what that looks like for people who are leaving 64 and coming back into Georgetown. It's a fairly treacherous stretch of road at this point, especially around rush hour. I've got teen drivers, my neighbors do too. So we would definitely appreciate you taking a very close look at that stretch from the bypass down to the freeway, and really thinking very closely about the Old Friends entrance, knowing that it is state right-of-way, but certainly there's a lot going on in service to the county that they're providing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, your last name again?
It's Patches. I'll come write it down.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for listening. Thank you for being here. My name is Caroline Greathouse. I'm one of the owners of Blazer Edge Hill Farm. As you can imagine, this directly impacts us a lot. So I was wondering if you please could pull up the access slide. I don't know what number it was. Just gonna pull it here. The open space requirements, please.
This one?
Yes. Okay, so may I have your little pointer wand thing, please? Okay, so my daughter will be the 5th generation farmer. My husband, Buck Greathouse, we farm it, crop it, have cattle, do all the things. We also have a horse property that is directly next to Old Friends. When they came in and widened 62, this was a direct entrance into our farm. This is all Edge Hill. This was a gravel entrance directly into the farm that has since been paved, Formula Greens. So is this where y'all are gonna try to bring all these people in through that little exit right there? Okay. Is that where you're gonna put it?
No.
Okay, so here's, you're gonna show me where.
So there's the existing, kind of across from what is being kind of all that dirt moving. There's this existing cut here, and so the proposal is to just extend from this existing cut, come up, and then have them kind of go around. So it won't be going through anywhere at this part, it'll be on that existing access point here.
So as Paul is also doing, the Jennings Farm property, are they going to have a light that, because the way it was initially planned, they're gonna have, they have access on 1, 2, 3 points, how we held those planning and zoning meetings too. Are they gonna have a light there?
Go ahead.
Both traffic studies for the Limestone Farms property, or the Jennings Farm as it's otherwise known, and the Gaines Farm property indicated that at some point a light would be needed at that location. The timing and everything like that really just depends on the state and all that determination, but both studies do indicate that improvements and changes to intersection typology are appropriate.
Okay, so then next, this right here directly touches our farm. What is this orange line? Is that a buffer? How close are they gonna be to our property line?
So, I'm just gonna
Go ahead.
stand. So that orange line there is a required 50-foot buffer from that property line. And then within that, there's the fencing requirement, and there's also a tree planting requirement to kind of denote that you're approaching the agricultural area, so that's offset from the property line, 35 feet and then 50 feet and then potentially a house. But it is meant to be, it's meant to mimic the agricultural existing buffering, excuse me. I don't know, I'm getting all like.
You get emotional about it,
Allergies are killing me.
Elise.
Getting a little choked up, I apologize. So that is meant to mimic the agricultural A1 typical setbacks of 50 feet from property lines, and with the intent that it would kind of reduce that conflict point.
And then I also would have the 6-foot no climb fence.
It will have a no climb fence. The 6-foot part is for a different regulation. That is for the A5 zone, that is not applicable in this instance, but it will be required to have the installation of a no climb fence.
That'd be good, because we have a lot of cattle. We don't wanna get in trouble with anybody else.
Exactly.
So also, finally, this, is the creek here, where you're talking?
Yes, yeah, it's along that green boundary.
So how are we going to make sure that people aren't trying to get on the property other than just a no climb fence? I mean, is there, so they're gonna be walking trails all through here and like, they're gonna do, what's gonna keep them hopping over? I know that's not really good control, but
Yeah.
it's just really unfortunate, all of it is. I guess my last, there's a fence line that goes, and what is this dotted line? Is that where you have to step back from our property line? That was-
Yeah, the smaller dash is your property boundary with the farm, and then the larger dash is that minimum 50-foot setback from the property line.
Elise,
Okay.
can I ask a question? Just
Yeah.
what you just said. So she just said, I have a bunch of cattle, and you just said that's not going to be a 6-foot no climb?
The requirements for section 6.14, which this is coming from, do not state a maximum or a minimum height. The applicant may choose to put a 6-foot tall no climb fence to align with the fencing requirements elsewhere, but that's ultimately at their discretion. Although I'm gonna check my conditions approval to see if I did that, because I may have conditioned a 6-foot. So let me check my conditions.
And I would also love to get a packet of y'all's notes if that's possible, just so I can look through them a little more closely,
I think
please.
there's an extra one right there, ma'am.
Spectacular. Thank you very much. So, okay. So the tree lines that are on the property, on our property, you are not gonna cut any of those trees down, correct? That are on the wall, that are our shaded property where our cattle are, you're not gonna cut those down, correct? That tree
It
line.
does have
that-
6 foot in here, Elise.
Huh?
It does say 6 foot in there.
let's- I don't know, would they be shared trees?
It'd be shared trees on the property line. If they're dead trees, she's probably gonna take them out. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, y'all can do that, that's fine. Okay, what about this future phase? It's very vague.
Say that again?
The future phase, it's quite vague. What, can you give me any more on that?
So I'll let the applicant go into any further detail, but at time of zone change, it was reviewed for a rezone into this R2 zone, the community commercial, or neighborhood, yeah, community commercial zone, as well as, actually the R2 covers the multifamily too, yeah. And so the expectation is that at this point, we have, looking at the master plan that shows the single family, the multifamily, and then that commercial. And then at this point, they're only seeking approval for the single family. The expectation is that they will come back with multifamily apartments and then some sort of community scale commercial development. And Elise, you want to pull up the phases one?
And every slide you see is in that packet.
Thank you.
There you go.
I'll be pouring over it,
Yeah.
don't worry.
And so phase one's what we're looking at, that's single family. Phase two, that's the multifamily, and then phase three is the commercial.
I don't know that all the drawings are, Brad. The drawings aren't.
Okay, let's see. Lots number 79 through 87 directly are adjacent to, I can't, these plats are so tiny.
Yeah, they're very small, unfortunately.
And again, that will have, you're allotted 50 feet from, because literally, I mean, it's just, it's right there, and the house she's showing is like right on top of my sister's house, which is in the very back of the property. So I'm gonna have to read over this a lot more, and I'm sure I'm gonna have a bunch more questions, because when I came to the ball, I got the very nice fellow lawyer's number, and he's been nice. Last thing, like I said, we have cattle. They utilize cane run. Y'all are gonna have a bunch of runoff, and I know you said you've done some studies on it, but that's a pretty significant amount of stuff that's gonna be going to the creek. And I just wanna make sure that that is very well monitored, because you get that much silt, you're gonna ruin the water. And for some of us, that's their only source. Light across on the gains edges of paddock, conservation, fence around conservation, our side, around camera, erosion control, I need a copy. Well, y'all gotta do some hard digging on this traffic, because it's really hard to turn a trailer out of the driveway now, either direction, coming out of the main gate. This is really tough, and,
Ma'am,
I'd
can I
love
ask you a question?
absolutely.
How many, what was the name of your farm and how many acres do you all farm?
Blazer Edge Hill Farm, and it is 400, give or take, like, I don't know, 398, something like that. So, been in the family a long time. So, well, I'm sure I can get a hold of y'all if I need to. I appreciate your time.
Thanks. Any additional questions or comments from the audience? Either one of you first, it doesn't matter what order. State your name and address. Oh, hey, how are you, Stephen?
Stephen Smith.
Yeah.
Address 2328 Cincinnati Road. I don't really have a dog in this fight, but I was going to suggest that if everybody kind of looks back on the last 2 weeks and thinks about the snowstorm, and there have been probably Lexington, I think, was more effective than we were, practically paralysis.
Yeah.
They didn't have as good as city
And,
services.
yeah, they still have streets that haven't been cleared. So.
Yes.
But I think you need to be thinking ahead on that with this, even this development. You know, we've had a lot bigger snows than we had this past week, or 2 weeks ago. And if there's not a place to stockpile that snow, you're gonna be expecting the city to load and haul that out of there. And if you pile it all up in front of people's driveways, it'll be this deep, they can't get through it. And then on top of that, I don't know that you can pile it up, because if you drive around in all these neighborhoods, they're all parked on the street anyhow. So there's no place to push that snow to get it out of the way. You have driveways on both sides of most streets. I'm just trying to think, is there a place to stockpile snow? I've seen places that snow is piled up higher than the ceiling. Lots of places. And I'm looking around, I don't see too many places to do it. I still believe in think ahead, and don't put yourself in a situation that you can't get out of. But snow is, I can't say that we'll have another snow like this in the next 10 years, but we might have 2 more this winter. We've had worse snows than this already. The other thing I still don't agree with is, I think the 25-foot front yard setback is, I still think that's a mistake on any development. You end up with cars that are, some people drive a truck that's 25 feet long, so it's already over top of it's already beyond the sidewalk, and people can't even use the sidewalk. I don't know, I keep thinking that we need to work a little more towards quality and not quantity. But one of the big things, I do echo what he said about the fire department as well. I mean, if they're gonna build a new fire station, what better place than to try to figure out a spot right here for that? That would sure help out everybody's insurance rates in this whole development.
I do remember seeing in the plans,
On the other side.
on the other side of the road, in there, acres, it's already zoned out for that.
Yeah, I know there's a
You know what I'm talking about.
plan, yeah.
You saw it, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's area available there in that area for that.
Yeah.
Already forward planned, but you know they can put up a fire station a whole lot faster than they build it. I know that, because out there by Toyota, they went that
Right.
fast. So I'm sure the fire department will be on top of that.
I haven't been in Georgetown to see how they've dealt with, well, I know how I've got a house that we've been working on, and I couldn't even work on it for the last 2 weeks because the snow's piled up too high to even get into it. I'd have to bring a tractor and clear my own parking space out. But I don't know how many other people have dealt with the same thing through town, but I know I piled up a whole lot of snow getting in and out of the farms there. I couldn't worry about town. I had to worry about my own problems. But
So, Mr. Smith, you're talking about not only the quality, but quantity, but the quality of life of the people in Georgetown. Is that what also?
Well, I'm
this comes
talking
down
about being able to get around your neighborhood without, so I think the fire department still complains a lot that they can't get to some of these places because by the time if one person parks on the wrong side of the street, you got a one-lane road there. And it just ends up, this shortening your driveway 5 feet ends up causing a whole lot more problems than what you realize. It's, you suddenly got a sidewalk that you can walk the sidewalk from one driveway to the next, and then you got to go out in the street to get around it. Kids can't ride a bicycle down the sidewalk because people are parked in it. And then it goes beyond that. If you got 2 cars and you got your garbage can sitting outside your garage door, then you're still just lots of things that just the trickle down effect. That little bit of, it's a buffer. If you had that extra 5 feet there, I think your house looks better too, and you don't, not sitting right on the street.
Thanks, Stephen.
I've said enough.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Chris Dooley. I reside at 141 Ferguson Lane, which is in McClellan View. And my house backs right up to the new construction in Phase 1. Just wanted to say a few things here. I did read through the traffic study and the master plan and everything. I don't know if it was the amended version or not, but it was whatever was online yesterday.
Okay, do you know if it was the one with the blue cover or the one with the green cover?
Couldn't tell you that.
If it had a lot more papers, then it's probably the first one.
Okay, alrighty. Well, like I said, I read through all that. Did want to point out one thing, that the master plan review on page 3 calls out for Phase 2 to have up to 408 apartment buildings, not units. We certainly don't want 408 apartment buildings.
No.
Question on the access at Leota Way, which is what is going to be proposed to be connected to come through our neighborhood. In the report, it states that access and circulation, page 4, paragraph 1, Leota Way is not large enough to be considered a collector road per the subdivision and development regulations, Article X 1008.3. If it's not large, there's also a statement in there that a larger development cannot empty into a smaller development. So at that point, we know it's not wide enough. We know it's not built to carry the capacity. And that's a real pinch point there, not to mention everything on Ferguson Lane as well. Gentleman just mentioned it. It's parking on the north side of the street. So that immediately takes it down to 2 small lanes. And it's small enough, if you've ever been there, if there's a car coming the other way, you're going to stop and let him go by before you go around the other car. So it suits our needs as the 44 resident houses there. But the traffic study currently shows 41 AM peak hour trips, 54 PM peak hour trips. And that's only considering the 75 houses in the circle that they were talking about within a certain amount of feet. If you look at that map, everything to the west, there's a lot more than 75 people that would use that closest entrance to get out of there. So based on the numbers that I read in the report today, the AM jumps to 97, the PM jumps to 128 trips. That's a 237% increase in the morning and 180% increase in the evening. That's a lot. That's really a lot. And you know, like you said, if you've got a car parked there, heaven forbid it snows, we're down to one lane each way right now. Because my house is on the north side, I've still got 3 feet of snow out by the curb. So it's gonna become significantly congested. The traffic study also says that intersection delays would not exceed 4 seconds. You can't increase 200% and only cost yourself 4 seconds. It's just not gonna happen, so. My other question is, what's the next step for this? Should this be passed tonight? I'm trying to figure out timing. When might we see shovels in the ground?
Do you want to speak to that, or like the applicant? Do you want to speak to the road conversation around the collector road and all that? And then we can answer that question. Okay.
Answer, at least reference the question about timing.
Okay.
After, if this is ultimately approved tonight, we're looking at just doing civil engineering plans, and those can take up to 2 years of time for us reviewing them. It just is dictated by the applicant's speed. And so some applicants are rather gung-ho and they go a little bit quicker, some of them have more things to work through and everything like that, and they tend to be a little bit slower on that one. So I can't exactly speak to that, just that at 2 years, like, we start looking at, is this going to dissolve itself because of no action? That is a sunset clause provision in our subdivision regulations. I'm gonna pass this to Holden, who probably will pass it down to Ben at some point.
Yeah, and again, just to clarify, we don't drive this process beyond this point. So we are required to come and have this hearing within a very short amount of time. Once that happens, though, it's primarily driven by the speed of the applicant. As Lisa mentioned, we have a 2-year sunset clause. The expectation is this will advance past preliminary development into, or in this case, preliminary subdivision into final subdivision within 2 years. If not, they can request a 1-year extension because of circumstance. But that's also why staff has included the condition that in the event that this does not proceed past preliminary approval, we can revert it back to the prior zoning. With that said, though, I'm going to look to the engineers to talk about civil plans and process.
I'm not controlling that, so I would pass it on to the back. They can speak to how long it's going to take them to get started. I will say that roads that connect arterials, which is Paynes Depot, McClellan, need to be collector-type roads, 32 feet or more, as noted in the study. Interior roads are noted as continuous if they go from one end to another. They are a minimum of 28 foot wide, face of curb to face of curb. They do allow for parking on one side, which leaves you 20 feet for two-way traffic through those. They can go down, the interior roads or dead ends, cul-de-sacs, can be up to 26 feet wide with parking on one side.
So what you just said is Ferguson up to those, is that where it's at right now?
Leota, Leota and Ferguson, but the road touching McClellan is wider. That's the full, allows for right turn, right and left turn lanes. Yeah.
So like Ferguson, to be a main feeder road like that, is it up to width of a main feeder road?
It is the same, yes, it's that same width for 28 feet, yeah.
If this were like one plan, in that world, that would be acceptable, the width of Ferguson would be acceptable as an entranceway into that phase one.
Yes.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does get the wider where it connects to McClellan to allow the stacking and queuing.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the opposite end of the road that's gonna get busy now. Okay.
Did that answer all your questions? for.
I still like to understand timing a little bit better. I understand that civil approval might take 2 years.
Maybe the applicant, can you come up to the mic? I'm sorry, just for record.
We'd like to, Brian Stevens with Ball Homes. We have a lot to work out, but I would say if we could start in 6 months, we will. If we can get everything improved. And we didn't develop the Jennings property, we're not the developer over there. And the connection to the neighborhood over there, I mean, that's, when we built your subdivision, of course, they made us put that extension there with the anticipation that it would be connected someday. It's not really our choice to connect it, it's more of the way development is, you provide stub streets and we have to connect to it.
Yeah, but when you say they, Scott County.
Yeah.
They,
The government wants
so
connectivity.
They would like it there. It's not required for the amount of movement, though.
Charlie, we had a long discussion about this, I think, at the last meeting, about connectivity and the requirement for connectivity.
Because the other thing,
You
sorry,
wanna
the other
speak
thing
on
to
that?
think about is this traffic study doesn't talk about the Publix and everything that's going in up there, which connects to the opposite end of the neighborhood. So everybody in this new development will cut right through us to go to Publix. It's gonna happen.
Do you want to talk about the connectivity?
There's not a whole lot to say. The comp plan talks about the need for connectivity, and plans for decades have been approved with that stuff. That goes all the way back to the very first section of Indian Hills. I mean, it had a stub, probably had 2 or 3. The next sections had stubs, eventually to Payne's Depot. I mean, we've done that for as long as I've been around, and I've been around a little while. Now, as far as, is there a rule in the sub-regs? I would bet there is, but I can't cite that right now. But that's been in the plan, and that's been the requirement. I mean, literally, when I arrived, that was already the requirement.
Alicia, you seem like you had one. Thank you, Charlie.
The 150, like the second access at the 150th lot is a zone change condition of approval, consistent with all of our other PUDs, which state that you have a 150th. The standing subdivision regulations have a range, so some say it's 100, some say it's 200, and again, for PUDs, we put it in the middle. And it has been signed and approved with that 150. So that's where this connection point is coming in.
Quick question about the space between the house and looking, Jerry neighbor mentioned it, that some of the houses back there are the back where the phase 1 development is going to be is more than 15 feet above. You're literally looking right at. Is there going to be a grade change to those areas? So that, like
Right.
Jerry said, you don't have folks staring in your bedroom.
Right. Does the applicant want us, I know we have a picture of, I mean, we have a map of the grading plan, but does the applicant want to answer that specific question?
If, I'm just asking.
Slide specifically for it,
Yeah.
but you guys have a.
I didn't.
I mean, we have the map here, the grading map here.
I didn't see a topo.
I have to tell someone.
You read this grading plan?
Walked all the way up here, and it doesn't show your property.
Yeah.
There's no, there won't be any screening requirements between, your single family and this single family. The connection with Leota is the high point, so everything from there on our side, we project where that will be grading down as we go left on the plan towards the creek. What is required is our construction stays, and the grading stays on our property. At the fence line over his yard, we're not taking that fence line down, we're not lowering any of the property affecting you. So if right now we're above you, we'll be above you, or at least the yard at the property will be above you afterwards.
In the house 25 foot from there. In all likelihoods. Okay. I just wanted to thank you guys for your time, really appreciate it. It's been a lot in this neighborhood with the Publix coming in and everything, and we've lost the views out that way as well. Kind of seems like we're getting squeezed on all ends, and we'd really like to have you take into consideration, at least stop the traffic coming through there. I mean, we're pretty, I don't know what the word is. We'd really like to see that approved and change the access at some point, so. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Yes.
I'm Lisa Manning with 133 I don't know what my address is. 133 Ferguson Lane, so I live right down the street from Chris. Back to what he said about being squeezed on both sides, you know, Publix came in and they took that section, and they want to use our entrance also. And they told us that we would not see any trucks go through. Well, we're already seeing trucks and bulldozers and all that come into our neighborhood already. So that's already happening, even though they promised that would not happen. And then I understand even though they pulled it back, they asked for a sign there to be put there a couple meetings ago, and they took that away. When they came in here, they told us it would be an ancillary entrance. We wouldn't see a whole lot of extra traffic. And they haven't even built it yet, and they're already using that to bring trucks in, even though they promised that wouldn't happen. So I'm really concerned about if they're not gonna build that other entrance right away for traffic. I don't see that the big trucks coming through are not gonna use Leota Way to get into that neighborhood to do the building that they're doing. And I don't think that's, you know, we've got kids in neighborhoods, or in our neighborhood. When we moved in there, it was 44 homes. I'm like, oh, this is great, it's a little private neighborhood. Now we're gonna have Publix, and we're gonna have 500 people going through our neighborhood to get to Publix. I don't know when the traffic study was done, but 3 people from our home leave every morning to go to work, and you're telling me only 41 people went through in a morning? We have lots of homes in our neighborhood that we have 2 traffic earners, or 2 people that earn, you know, that go out of our neighborhood to go to work every single day and come back. So I have a hard time believing that we're only gonna get 41 people in the morning that are coming through when we take care of 3. That means you have 38 other people that are coming through, and that's it. So the traffic is very bothersome, and if we're gonna get a 4 and 5 time increase without even adding the Publix traffic, I think we're gonna get deluged with traffic, and there's gotta be some way to circumvent that, and I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure what the right plan is, but we had the snow this week, and I watched it. I was standing there when the snowplow came through. They hit ice right in front of my house, so they stopped and left all the snow right in front of my house, and then just moved on. So I'm out there, because my husband's out of town, I'm out there digging out to get out of my driveway. And Chris is right. If you have a car parked on the other side, you can't get 2 cars past that other 3rd car that's sitting there. Somebody's got to stop. So if you start having a lot more traffic, I just see that being really, really congested. And then to the other person's point about us our neighborhood does have a 30 feet setback. And when my husband's got his Honda SUV, and I've got my van, my daughter's got a Honda Pilot, if we put 2 cars back, we already are touching the sidewalk. You only do a 25-foot setback. They're definitely begin covering the sidewalk if they have more than 1 car in their driveways. So just another thought, and thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
I have a question about something she said about this construction traffic going through there. Is there anything, I thought that was something we did talk about, is there anything that we can do to help with this situation?
We've conditioned it accordingly, so if we identify that there's some non-compliance with the conditions and we're made aware of it, we do have some enforcement capacity.
Have you already been made aware of it, or is this the first you've heard of it?
This is the first time that we've been made aware of it, so we will need to do some additional review of everything and go from there.
And I would like to know what that is, as far as what does that, if someone's a non-compliant, what exactly can happen? What happens?
So just to clarify, this is a question about the access of trucks into the Publix property for the construction thereof, okay? So the first thing that we would do is just verify that that was in fact a condition that was placed on the development. If we have a condition of approval associated with that project, enforcement is relatively simple. So it starts with typically a phone call. If the phone call doesn't resolve the issue, then we send a formal letter of violation that basically states that they're not in compliance with whatever that development requirement was. From there, we have a process that actually goes in front of the Board of Adjustment for enforcement action, could be, and then fines begin to occur. For something like this, I'd love to do more research and figure out exactly what's happening. But yes, it's standard. In that case, it's just compliance enforcement.
Okay, thank you. I never know what the process was. Thank you.
Yes.
So my name is Keith Habash. I live at 103 Willowbrook Lane here in Georgetown. My wife and I own the lavender farm. I just want to ask specific details. What is going to be built around our property? Like, is there going to be a six foot privacy fence all around? What's the setback on our property line? Will there be trees planted, and with the spacing of the trees, and how's the road going to work around our property?
Which property is yours?
So with the lavender farm, or where the orange and purple is, top right corner?
So I do want to correct a miscitation of the ordinance previously done. So I referenced and I stated that these orange and pink areas had a not stated height. The regulations state that to comply with 6.14, it is a 6 foot tall no climb. So this would be a 6 foot tall no climb along the Great House property here, the church, and then along the west, south, and a portion of the east boundary. Thank you, I'm too short for that. West, south, and east portion of the property, they'll be getting a 6 foot tall no climb fence, as well as an installation of trees, which are at a frequency of 1 tree per 40 linear feet of boundary, offset 35 feet from that property line. So we should reasonably expect a 6 foot tall no fence with some plantings. And I have specifically included a condition that as part of their temporary construction access route, that fence goes in to make sure that that impact does not just start when they actually put a full access road in. It's whenever they start getting close to that property boundary, in the instance of trying to protect your property as much as possible.
So it's a 30-foot setback? then
It's a
for-
50-foot setback, and then 35 feet from that is a tree planting.
And then the road that goes around, is it a 50-foot setback?
Um,
How far is that road?
Roads typically do not have to do setback requirements, but with turning radii and other items, they may just be more pulled back from it. And they do show kind of this green patch here, which may be some preserved greenery areas where they just kind of pull it away a little bit. I'm gonna look to the applicant. They can potentially speak a little bit more to the tentative plans on where or how close to the property line their road installation is going to be.
Elise, one other thing, I don't want to assume, but when you said a 6 foot privacy fence, the 6 foot plain privacy fence that we often see in neighborhoods is not what is intended by the 6 foot no climb fence. And so the 6 foot no climb is more intended for agricultural buffering as opposed to privacy.
Okay. How is that? Do you know how it looks differently, or?
Yeah, it's a wire fence.
And then the entrance to our park, we share that entrance off the highway. Is there, they beef up that area to kind of make it a little bit wider for your trucks? It seems a little bit narrow for the shared traffic. Is that the idea of this, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, our plan is to widen enough for a construction entrance,
Okay.
which has been requested by staff, I believe, wanting us to have that ability.
Okay.
So we're planning on gravel and then pave it
Okay.
wider, and once we get past your entrance, we may switch to just gravel to get the trucks to the construction of the houses in the back.
So what's the timeline on?
Temporarily, right, eventually it'd be paved.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the timeline on building that out? Just because I worry about customers coming out to our farm and maybe impeding our
So,
visitors.
Make sure I understand, what's the timeline on us starting or on us building it?
Yeah, building that,
We will maintain, do you operate all year long?
yeah, we're probably from the middle of March to October.
Okay, so we'll work with you.
Okay.
We'll either absolutely keep it open and work in pieces, or install it when you're not operating.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Right, any other questions on this?
I have a question about that. So, it shows on the map that they're gonna change the access to his place. Then they can't do that, right? Are they gonna add an access, or, because his access right now is right up there by McClellan Circle, and it shows in here it will come all the way around, and his customers wouldn't have direct access. Is that just, of course, it's preliminary, but yeah.
It's an interesting intersection right there. So it's shared access point coming off of McClellan. Both properties have access there. They have to maintain open. So the construction plans will include how we will have the temporary access in there for the construction trucks. But until we come back and try to do improvement plans for the full public access at that location, it'll just be construction, and his entrance will stay open. So, you know, it's coming in off McClellan, it's gonna be so wide, he'll get his driveway, and then
Go
we'll come
right,
off
go
around.
straight line.
Yeah, that's that dog leg that'll get us back over to our construction site. Yep.
Okay, sir.
I'm Roger Quarles. I live at 1689 Lemons Mill Road in Georgetown. I'm not acquainted with any of these folks at all, just barely acquainted with the Great House folks, but they're farmers and I'm a farmer, so I know what they're talking about. We've talked about fences tonight several times. I would encourage this board, I think you've got the authority to require the developer to put the fence in before they start. Just get it over with. It's probably the least expensive part of that entire business. I've got 2 properties now. Both are entitled to a fence according to your own ordinances, neither of which have been built. So just do it. And that's all I've got to say.
Thanks, Roger. Yes.
I've got a little Roy Cornett, I've got a little Steve Smith in me on think about details. I called Tracy Highlander, who owns Highlander Feed today, to talk about the cost of fencing. The V-mesh fence, Red Brand is making the V-mesh again. They've got their second thing open, so it's available, but they don't make it 6 feet. The 2x4 wire fence, they do make it 6 foot. If something we haven't talked about, are we gonna put a plank across the top of this fence? If so, those posts are gonna have to be on 8-foot centers instead of 10-foot centers, which they do on the 2x4 fence. So these are just some details that need to be aware of. Just to simply say a 6-foot no-climb fence, it's a little more complicated than that.
We talked at our workshop about probably the need for us to make an official request to the staff to investigate and come back with findings of our specific V-mesh requirement and no-climb fence requirement so that we can make sure that we have something that's very clear, because there's a lot of question around it.
The default is going back to the 2x4.
Right.
Which you can't get, it's no climb.
Right.
But it's much lighter weight and cheaper. I've got some figures here I got from Tracy today. Where is it? Bear with me. Oh, it's Jordan.
I would say there's no such thing as a no-climb fence.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right, well, while Mr. Cornett's looking for that, does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I've got it here now.
Okay.
V-mesh, 50 inches tall, is $600 for a 165-foot roll. 58 inches is $675. 72 inches not available. Then you go to the 2x4. The standard is 100 foot for 6 foot tall is 300 feet. Then you go to the standard 49 inches, it's 600 for 330 feet. Point is, it's a whole lot more expensive. And the post for a standard 49-inch fence post is $15, and to put a 6-foot fence in, it's $22. So anyway, you're
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cornett.
substantial differences.
Any other comments or anything else from the applicant or anybody else in the audience?
I have an environmental question.
Okay.
The lady, the Gray House, is about their farm and the cattle and the very big farm they have there. So what environmental protections would be available for the water runoff that she said where the cattle be adjoining this big development?
Ben, do you want to speak to it, or?
From the developer or from the cattle?
Well, I guess it'd go either way, but my question is about the runoff from the development of cattle.
The runoff from the development will have to meet our subdivision development regulations for the stormwater management requirements. They will have to provide water quality treatment, some type of filter for rain events up to 90% of what we get all year long. So they will provide filters out there for the.
During construction as well?
Please?
During construction as well?
During construction, they will have controls in place as well. They will have all the necessary erosion prevention set of control requirements in place.
And who enforces that?
We enforce those.
Okay.
Been serious about his water.
Talking about no climb fence,
Thank
to
you.
me, they're just talking about regular water that you can get over, like Steve was talking about, whatever, but a no climb fence is kind of like the Conley farm up there along I-64. And they don't use, posts that run off every 6-7 years anyway. They've got steel ones, just like the interstate uses, but the fence is up real tall, and then they'll have about 4 bob bars across that. That's right. And now that's what I call a no climb fence. How you all look at it?
It's like a chain link, it's kind of like a chain link.
So, right, just like they got
Chain-
around up there to the
chain link
penitentiary. It's the no climb fence.
Where you been spending your time, Mr. Stone?
I didn't get prices for chain link.
Yeah. All right, any additional questions or comments? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion. I would say if it is a motion for approval, we do need to make sure that we specify in condition 24 what we discussed regarding build-out, timing for the trees relative to build-out. Is that correct?
Trees at 75% completion.
Mhm.
If I could, Madam Chair, did you all work out some language on that? Because I want to make sure we put that on our conditions of approval. if
So
that becomes appropriate.
the language, sloppy as it is to modify note A underneath condition 24. Well, this is, okay. Second sentence is, if a tree is removed as part of the construction of the residence, utilities, or other site development, it's the responsibility of the developer or agent to replace a tree prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy for the applicable residence. And so right there where it says replace the tree, it would be replace or bond the tree prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy for the available or applicable residence, so long as all trees are installed once 75% of houses have been issued certificates of occupancy.
Do you have a comment on? Did you have a comment?
No, I'm just in with 24A.
It's not,
Second
it's
sentence.
the
We have
second
A.
sentence.
You added a
Well,
sentence
no, I've
to
got
24.
ABC, but
It's
my
not
A
for-
doesn't look a thing like what you just told me.
Mine either, I was confused as well.
And if so, I'm gonna give it back to you and say, all right, write that in there.
Yeah.
Is that 75% of phase 1, 2, or 3?
Phase 1.
Okay, take it over there, right on, real quick.
Good handwriting.
Did you have a comment on that, or you
No,
were
I
just
was
coming up
just,
to answer a
since we're
question?
reading something into the conditions, I thought I should stand here.
Okay, all right. Okay. I think if you make the motion, the easiest thing is to say, yeah, what they have written, right? Mhm. Mhm. All right, any motion, and do I hear a motion from anyone? Anybody?
See if I can start here.
Okay, Mr. Garrett?
I'll make a motion that PSP 2026-04, based on staff recommendations, with the 4 waivers and the 33 conditions for approval, specifically based on item 24, condition 24, with, they're just writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the traffic impact study and the addendum to the area master plan to be approved.
Okay. Is there a second? Any second? What'd you say?
I got one issue.
Okay. Okay. I don't know as chair that I can second the motion, but
Sure you can.
I can? Okay. I will second the motion. so that we can move forward and have a vote? All right, Mr. Black?
I vote no.
Ms. Canfield? Mr. Jesse?
No.
Mr. Vest?
No.
Mr. Stone?
Wait a while.
Mr. Garrett?
Wait a while.
Yes.
He said no.
He said no.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Green?
No.
Ms. Adair?
No.
Okay, the chair votes yes. Does anyone, I don't know if it, you stated, Mr. Green, that, because of course the zoning is already approved.
Absolutely.
This is just really about the
Yeah. My-
subdivision plat, so.
Yeah, that's right.
You
We're gonna-
stated that you had one concern.
Was the, I agree with Mr. Smith out there with the, I see that in the neighborhoods with the setback being shorter and shorter, and what he said is true, my truck is 23 feet long. And you get closer to the road like that, and you do put everybody out in the road, and you get cars on both sides of the road, and as much as we like to say, we're building a neighborhood, and oh, no, you're only allowed to park on one side of the street, and then you drive through the neighborhood, and that's not the case. So we need to give people a place to put the vehicles they're gonna have. That's my biggest concern with this.
It's a 25-foot setback?
So just to clarify, that waiver was considered at zone change time. So keep that in mind as you consider ways to consider this motion. That first motion having failed, just a reminder, there has been no motion to deny the application.
Right.
Remember this.
That's exactly, yes, yes.
Do we need a motion to deny the application?
You'll make that motion.
If your desire is to have it denied, yes, you need a motion to deny.
But it
I
should
will
say
make a motion-
specifically why
I will
we're.
make a motion to deny PSP 2026-04 based on the fencing concerns. I don't think that they have been clarified at this time. I think that the applicant needs to speak more to their neighboring farms, determine the exact fencing that is going to go in prior to construction to guarantee that their cattle are secure. And that there's not gonna be any, I know that Mr. Jesse brought up, you know, the water concerns, make sure that those things are resolved and are in, we have language in here to make sure that we have resolution of those issues.
And I'll second her motion.
And I know nothing about fencing, just.
Go ahead. Did you have something to say?
It's the pleasure of the board to continue with the motion, yeah.
All right.
Can you have
Too many questions.
Yeah, one to approve and one to deny.
Oh, yeah.
You just said it had to have a motion to deny. I'll make a motion to deny.
I've
Now, I
seen
will
many.
say, it sounded like you were asking for clarification versus a specific change, did I understand correctly?
Well, a change is going to be required in order to determine the exact fencing that needs to go. There was too many questions around
Okay.
that.
All right. I guess what I'm asking for Mr. Perkins, in that case, is it should we ask more for a postponement to come back with clarification versus we outright want to deny it as it is? And I'm just asking for you to give us guidance.
Well,
Because I don't want to do something that's going to impact the downstream.
Sure, no, I
Process.
understand. Based on the motion, it sounds like we could in fact ask for clarification, get staff to be more specific or applicant to be more specific, to give you something specific to approve or more specific to deny. I personally think that would be the better way of doing it because, again, I just assume we have no open-ended kinds of things that then allow easy appeals. I don't know if they have any desire to appeal, but, and we've been dealing with appeals for 40 years and we've won them, and I'd like to keep doing that. But if that's it needs clarification for that. And even if it were included that they also need better setbacks,
We could hold this over.
it just seemed like we could postpone that for a month and have
Instead
them
of,
come back
with
addressing those two
clarification.
things. And then if they don't address it, bingo, then you've got very
Okay.
specific things to deny based on.
So do you want to change your
getting
motion
the shot
to-
do
We
it.
can motion to postpone to clarify those issues and any other issues?
Wait a minute, he's got
So we've got a hanging motion. I do
Oh,
think
I guess we need to vote on that, understanding that we're gonna
I
come
will
with another.
withdraw my motion.
You what?
I will withdraw
Okay,
my
all
motion
right.
to
Can
deny.
we do that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and you withdraw your second?
No.
Okay.
I do not.
I'm not sure what the process is for that.
I'm not going to withdraw.
We're just gonna ignore the second because I'm withdrawing my motion. That's what we're doing.
So I'm gonna look to you.
I believe she can withdraw her motion.
Okay, you do believe?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now you have a motion to postpone, to ask specifically for clarification on the fencing, right? During construction and post-construction, and the water runoff mitigation plans. Is that accurate?
Yes. As it impacts the farms.
As it impacts farm, okay. Mr. Jesse, do you still second, or?
I don't think I can because I did not withdraw my motion, so someone else might.
Somebody else want a second?
Not on the original motion.
Okay, Mr. Green?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I wasn't, I was saying Mr. Green's the one that seconded,
Yes,
but you
I
can
am.
go ahead and give me,
Yes, but
yes, are you a yes?
I'm
Okay. Ms. Adair?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Ms. Canfield?
Yes.
Mr. Jesse?
I'm going to vote yes, although I didn't make the motion. That's okay. The technicality. but
Mr. Black?
I have
Yes.
lawyers too.
Okay, and the chair votes yes. All right. So since I have two sheets on this one, I just wrote approval on this one and the vote on that, and I'm just gonna write postponement on this one. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Any questions? or-
Well, I do a little bit, yes.
Okay.
So you're looking for a fence. Typically, we would, it's part of the construction plans, we're gonna have to turn in the type of fence along the agricultural property. That's 6 foot, no climb. So now you want the specific fence itself. And then for the stormwater runoff, what are you looking for as far as an answer? I mean, to go forward, we always have a full set of construction plans with silt control, erosion control in place, meet with staff before construction begins. It's monitored all through construction. So I need to know what it is beyond that you need by next month.
If I may,
Yes.
I'll tell you what I heard as staff. What I heard is that condition number 1, as is presented tonight, was that the applicant would meet all applicable requirements of the zoning ordinance, subdivision and development regulations, and landscape and land use buffer ordinance. If there are questions that are still out there as how those would relate to the adjoining farms or to the applicant, I think staff can put together a compendium of specific regulations as they relate to stormwater and as they relate to the fencing, and we can pull that off as a separate section. If the applicant has additional renderings or information that they're willing to provide us, we'd be more than happy to incorporate that. But the expectation is with any approval, they have to meet all development regulations as they're written. If the planning commission would like to see what that could look like or would look like or what that entails, we'd be more than happy to provide that to illuminate the situation. Rory, do you think that would?
Yeah, it puts a lot of onus on you, so, okay, yeah.
That's what I heard too.
Can I also say, I don't know, do we need an official motion, or can we just say, we talked about in workshop the need to clarify the fencing requirements? So I think some of that clarification might come from our side too.
So.
In terms of the V-mesh and all that. Now, I don't know that that's a quick enough process to be able to.
We are gonna transition from this hearing into a public hearing related to cluster development regulations. Any kind of conversation around clarifying or modifying fencing requirements would require the same level of public engagement and public consideration. Staff would not be able to come back with a draft for a fencing requirement that would align both the A5 buffering requirements with the landscape buffering in time for the next meeting.
Okay, all right.
But we do want to look at that moving forward.
And at least understand the availability and viability of some of them, right? Okay.
All right, and then what we presented and gone through so far tonight, that's not up for a redo, correct? We're just coming back with the 2 points I'm just trying to figure out if we.
You're asking if you need to present the whole thing again?
Right, are we going back through all this? Is it continuous with everything's already been said, is kind of locked down, and we're just coming back on these two issues?
There still will be another vote.
Yeah,
Yes.
we would
Yeah.
vote on it, but I think what you're asking is, do we go through the whole thing, or you just need to be prepared to talk about those two things?
Correct.
There could be some questions about some of this again, because as we just pointed out, there's going to be another vote. But these are the things that you need to focus on.
Okay.
But there still may be questions from the commission, because they may not be satisfied with
Yes.
everything.
The commission always retains the right, we can still vote no.
So don't have to go through everything, but if they ask questions, you're going to have to address those questions.
All right.
But present the two items that we talked about.
Okay.
I think,
Another point, it's common sense again. Read them, no climb fence, right on the creek, the floodplain. Those fences, that's gonna fill up, be washed out, nothing flat. 50 years ago, my mother and dad did Ironworks Estates. They were on the creek. Mom and dad made a deal with the farmer on the other side, it was Moody at the time, to put a new fence on their side. Mom and dad paid for it, and then the farmer was responsible for it going forward. But putting a no-climb fence down in the floodplain is asking for nothing but trouble.
thank you, Mr. Cornett. All right, you good? Okay.
But this fence is not even.
Okay, so we still have two public hearings to go. Everybody good to continue? Is everybody good to continue, or does anybody need a break or anything? Everybody, since we, let's take a 5-minute recess, so we'll be back at 8:35 to start the public hearing. Again, if everybody wants to sit down.
Yeah, that second call is what did me. I ought to known better.
Really?
I can't come to the meeting.
Well, they didn't say you have to deny it, so don't deny it.
I texted my girlfriend, so I'll be
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started, everybody. You can get your seats.
You and me both.
There should be a judge. There should be a
You think so? All right, so we have two public hearings. One is on the accessory dwelling units, and the other is on cluster developments. Do you have a preference, Holden, which order we take them in?
Accessory dwelling units.
All right, so we're gonna open the public hearing on accessory dwelling units. All right. Can we shut the doors maybe in the, just,
And the heat
there's a
did
little
come
bit of
on,
chatter
Judge,
still.
thank you.
Would you say?
The heat did come on.
Yeah, good, because it was really cold in here during the last one.
Okay.
All right, Holden, sorry.
So, a little bit of context. The purpose behind this text amendment is really to help create options for housing in our rural community. Both this text amendment as well as the next one that we're going to consider will only apply in the unincorporated areas of Scott County. The why for that is because when I first came on in 2024, we began hosting a series of meetings with our agricultural community to try to address some of the concerns around the preservation of farmland, generally speaking. As a part of that conversation, there was a lot of conversation about what fiscal court could do and what planning and zoning could do. And so one of the things that we can do is look at modifying our ordinances to allow flexibility that maybe every time a new house needs to come into unincorporated Scott County, it doesn't require breaking off 5 acres. And so accessory dwelling units is the first one we're going to talk about. And that is a widely utilized tool in the planning world nationwide. And essentially what it is it is a smaller dwelling unit accessory to the primary dwelling on site. And so we have drafted a set of regulations. Specifically, we're going to put them at 2.5.17, which is in our specific use regulations section, with the idea being that we want to have one more tool in our tool belt for helping meet the needs of our community. I'll tell you also, separately from the communication that we had with the ag group and with fiscal court, I've had a couple different phone conversations where somebody basically wants to know, they have a mom or a dad who doesn't quite want to move into their house, but they're not ready to, don't really want to live on their own either. They want to be closer, or a kid that they want to be closer. And they're really looking for this accessory dwelling unit option. But unless you have more than 10 acres currently, you're just not allowed to do that secondary residence. So we will maintain the ability to pursue secondary residence as a conditional use. This theoretically is a different ordinance. It's a different option. And so I want to hit the high points associated with this proposal and then answer any questions that this body might have. First is, again, that this is applicable in unincorporated Scott County. Keep that in mind. The second is that when we're talking about accessory dwelling units, what we're really doing is we're talking about full dwelling units. The intent of this ordinance is to not allow people to habitate RVs full-time or permanently, or in some way give approval to that. Now, housing can look a lot of different ways. It can be stick-built, it can be modular. Those things make sense. It can even be a mobile home. But what we don't want is we don't want temporary dwelling units being utilized as permanent full-time dwelling units. So that's the first thing is that this will apply only to certain structure types. The other thing is that because this is accessory, we want it to be clearly incidental to the primary dwelling. And so we're trying to accomplish that in a couple different ways. So the first is that they got to utilize the same potable water source. We want one water connection serving both. If we want to make sure that the septic system that is serving the ADU is sized appropriately. We don't want to just be adding bedrooms nonchalantly to septic systems that maybe weren't built with extra bedrooms in mind. And so we want to avoid any issues coming up there. We want to make sure that they're sized appropriately. So the expectation is that these accessory dwelling units are going to be 50% the size of the primary dwelling unit. The idea behind that is, again, for massing purposes. We don't really want two houses. We want a house and then a smaller secondary unit. To that same point, we got a weird regulation in here, which is when it abuts a county road or a state road, we don't want two front doors looking at that. And the whole purpose with that is the same reason we have a shared driveway. We want to be very clear that these are interconnected, interrelated, units. Same thing, we have a requirement in here that they're within 300 feet of one another. Now, I'll pause right there for a second. When this came in front of the community, we did a public event at the library a couple weeks ago. That was one concern that was voiced to me. What if a property just realistically can't put this accessory dwelling unit within 300 feet? That is an excellent case for a dimensional variance. That is a number that if you have the requirements to meet a variance, that can go in front of the Board of Adjustment, and they can give you relief for that. But that should be applied for, and that should be sought, and should line up with state standards. The norm or the expectation is what we're writing this ordinance for. Edge cases, things that are outside of the typical review of this office, that's the Board of Adjustment, and that's a perfect example of that.
Oh, you can ask?
Of course.
So you said it could be half the size of the primary original structure.
Mhm.
So is there absolute, what is the smallest square foot that would be allowed in our zoning regulations?
So we don't actually dictate minimums. If anybody looking in your packet, this is on page 3 of 4 for ZOTA 2026-01. And so it's near the bottom of the page. Size is covered underneath section 4A. We say it's 50% of the primary square footage, but also not to exceed 1250. If you have a 2,500 square foot house, you could have a 1,250 square foot ADU. If you have a 4,000 square foot house, we're still going to limit you to 1,250. On the reverse of that, though, there are situations where people elect to build relatively small homes. I was on Zillow just today, and I saw multiple houses that are less than 800 square feet. Now, we don't normally build that today, but a lot of those houses do exist. And so in those cases, we do allow for an ADU to be 400 square feet. So even though that's slightly larger than the 50%, there comes a point where there's a practical size where something can truly be livable. And so we've drawn that line at 400.
Okay.
I'll actually go one up above that too. Right above 4 is section F. There shall be no more than one accessory housing unit allowed per lot. This is a great option, but we don't want to see a proliferation of 3 or 4 or 5 accessory dwellings on one lot. If you have a lot of acreage, let's say you've got 40 acres, you can have your primary and you can have your accessory. But if you need to start coming back in, at that point, that is where that secondary residence or tertiary residence as a conditional use needs to be considered. And so we can do that. But the short of it is, for this particular product, you get one. There are some places who allow multiples. If that's the desire of the board, we can look at that. But planning's recommendation is just one, especially to start. This is also important. And 4B, under density, property on which an ADU is to be located must be a legally created parcel. It doesn't come up super often, but when somebody applies, and let's pretend that they have less than 5 acres in a one zone area, we got to figure out how that happened. Normally something weird happened along the way. We want to make sure that that was legally created. But we also require for a detached ADU, and that's the next one up, the property on which a detached ADU is to be located shall be at least 5 acres in size. And so if you can't qualify for that, you would still have the ability to do an attached accessory dwelling unit, which is limited to 35%, but you could not detach it. Trying to maintain a rural character, we don't think that would be a good fit. This does actually segue into really one kind of interesting component, which was not the primary intention of this ordinance, but is something that the Planning Commission and the public should be aware of. When we wrote this, we were primarily concerned with addressing the housing need in the A1 and to a lesser extent the A5 zones. Unincorporated Scott County does have a number of other zones. Specifically, I'm thinking about Mallard Point. Those are R-zone properties, well under 5 acres. With the way that this is currently written, is those property owners would not qualify for a detached accessory dwelling unit because they don't have 5 acres, but they may still qualify for an attached accessory dwelling unit where they build it onto their house or they utilize a portion of their existing house as a separate ADU. I think that might be a unintended benefit to this, and it could allow for, a look at what an accessory dwelling unit can look like on a smaller lot. But I wanted to be very clear that the way this is written, that may allow for that and should be considered as you guys look at this. One other thing as we turn the page and look at occupancy. This is I'm going to say a special thing we're trying to do. The examples of the needs that I pointed out for an accessory dwelling unit were for the most part familial in nature. We want these accessory dwelling units to be utilized only in circumstances where the property owner is living on site. And so what that looks like is we've called occupancy 120 days in a calendar year. And that primary residence can be either the primary house or the accessory dwelling unit. The property owner can be on either one. But what we don't want to happen is to create this accessory dwelling unit, and then the person who created that accessory dwelling unit is not on property anymore. That, I think, could create some real issues down the line. And it's not something that planning staff would recommend. I want to pause right there because there's only just a few more things that I want to touch on. And so I just want to listen to see if there's been any questions up to this point.
Holden, you mentioned that Mallard Point would be one of those neighborhoods. Are there others off the top of your head that sort of special instance would apply to? Or?
Well, right next to Mallard Point is it's a harbor village.
Yeah, I used to live there, actually.
Yeah, there you go. And a couple others like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Think Hamlet-style development.
Gotcha.
Stone Edge, Ironwork Estates.
Yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else,
Mom and Pop lived in the main house.
Yeah.
Kids built a little house.
Yeah.
Mom and Pop moved to Florida. Now where are
in a tough position.
Mom and Pop needs to come back 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, so the 120 days there is very important. You really got to ask yourself, what is the need there at that point? So again, strict interpretation, which is my duty as the director here, would be to make a not so nice phone call. Let's say somebody's got to be there.
If Mom and Pop die and brother owns, is that okay?
Does he live on site?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that I wanted to talk about. So again, under occupancy, ADUs may be used for occupation by family members, guests, renters, leases, and estate caretakers or groundskeepers. That means everybody. If we're going to build this housing unit, it might make sense, for that immediate need, again, getting mom close or getting the kid close. But sometimes those needs changes. And so if somebody wants to rent out that ADU, planning staff thinks that's a good thing because it's still an additional unit. We just need to make sure that the owner is still living on site in one or the other. With that said, the one thing that staff has pushed back to thus far is that for occupancy, the idea is that the ADU may not be used as a short-term rental. Short-term rentals have a part in our community, but if we're basically creating this extra unit and we're creating all these additional standards for it, we don't think that those two things happen to align with one another. The option that would be available to that individual at that point would be for them to live in the accessory dwelling unit and rent out their primary. That would still be made available to them. We just can't do, planning staff does not recommend the reverse of that.
That's not the problem we're trying to solve.
That's not this time.
Yeah.
So that is the overview of the accessory dwelling units. Again, this is a product and an option that's used nationwide. It's something that's come forward and been asked of this office multiple times, and we're starting with Scott County. Where we go from here, I would hope that we'd be back with a zoning ordinance specific for the city of Georgetown, which will likely look very different and will account for those closer proximities of development. Can I answer any questions for you?
Well, I salute the work that you've done. This is very, very, probably one of the most important things that, since I've been here, that you've done. And I think it's outstanding. It's going to really help the community. And I do hope that you go forward to the same thing with the city of Georgetown. So.
Okay.
Any questions from the commission for Holden?
I got a question.
Can you come up here, Stephen?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, you know the rules. You used to sit here.
I thought we were being informal.
Well, it's just so that they can hear it for the minutes.
Yeah. Do I need to state my name?
No, I think we know that now.
Now, the question I had was in other parts of the country, if you get ready to resell that property, I wonder if that is sometime, I don't know that it's always necessarily a benefit in trying to sell it. It may be a detriment because not everybody wants a neighbor on the same property.
Yeah.
But-
I guess
So
you'd
I
have to
think a lot of
consider it
people
when
need
you
to be
did it,
careful
how it was
when
gonna.
they
Yeah.
think, oh,
Yeah.
you need to think down the road. If you
Yeah.
get ready to sell it, I'm not sure that you're gonna have the same market trying to sell.
Yeah. Somebody
Two
would need to
pieces.
think about that when they decided whether or not to do it, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
As a real estate appraiser, if Stephen does this, he's trying to borrow money from the bank. The lenders for secondary market are not gonna make a loan on it because of the auxiliary residence, of the accessory dwelling.
Say that again, please.
If you're getting a loan through a secondary lender, they're making a loan on a single-family owner-occupied house. That accessory dwelling is gonna rule them out for qualify for that secondary loan. That's their problem. It's not a zoning
Yeah.
problem, but finance-wise. See, it can't be sold separately. We got the primary house and accessory dwelling.
Yeah.
It can't be sold separately. If they're trying to get a loan from a secondary lender, then it won't fly under the current rules.
Something that certainly somebody would need to consider again before they decide to put one on their property, right?
Bingo. Now, you can get an in-house conventional loan. You
Yeah.
can go to one of the local banks
Yeah.
and get it, but you're not gonna get the cheap rate that you do with the secondary stuff.
Trade-offs on everything. Yeah, there's trade-offs for everything.
Additional, yes, Mr. Price?
I'm Stephen Price, and I live here in Georgetown, lived here most of my life. I'm going to speak of what you might call an accessory sleeping unit. And the reason I mention this is for fire casualty prevention. Seth Johnson, current fire chief, a couple of years ago when he was prevention fire chief for prevention, he wrote an opinion piece that was published in the News Graphic. He said that most fire casualties, including fatalities, occur during the sleeping hours while people are asleep in their homes. He further said in the same opinion piece that most home fires are caused by malfunctions of the electrical system. So if you put those two statements together, it would, to avoid casualties and fatalities while people are asleep, it would make sense to encourage people to sleep outside the electrical circuit of their homes. And that suggests to me, at the time I read Johnson's letter a couple of years ago, that suggests to me what I happened to build with hay. I had a bunch of hay I didn't know what to do with, and I built a house inside a haystack. A little house, a little sleeping tunnel, 15 feet long, 4 adults could sleep there. And so I wrote Seth Johnson a letter. I said, Johnson, if what you're saying is true, most fire deaths occur while people are asleep, and most fire deaths are due to electrical malfunction. It would make sense for people to be advised, to be incentivized, to maybe enjoy property tax reductions, because it would relieve the burden on the fire department to remediate fire casualties if people were sleeping outside their electrical circuit. And this suggests, as I say, some kind of a sleeping structure just beside someone's home or behind someone's home. And I think you should consider that as an option, and you should, the urgency for creating this option and for incentivizing people to use the option and to sleep outside their electrical circuits.
All right.
Would warrant certain exceptions regarding plumbing, sanitation, various other normal considerations for an accessory structure.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Any additional public comments, questions? Any additional commission questions for staff? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. With that, is there anyone that wants to make a motion in regards to the accessory dwelling units? Hold on one sec, Phil, because I got to find the little sheet of paper I wrote it on.
Well, I'm gonna make the motion. Accept it.
Hold on a second, okay. Go ahead.
I don't know what the number is. So
It's doesn't have a number, just accessory dwelling units.
I make the motion that we adopt the accessory dwelling.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Mr. Black,
Yes.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Jesse,
Yes.
Mr. Best,
Yeah.
Mr. Stone? No. Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Ms. Adair,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. All right. Moving on now to the rural cluster development, so I'll open the public hearing for that.
Okay. As I get started, I just want to make note that we received comments from the Scott County Soil Conservation Board, Scott County Conservation District, excuse me, that really did a pretty good job of working through this ordinance and making their opinions and recommendations known as it relates to this. And so I'm going to do my best to work through kind of my overview of the cluster development regulations. I'm going to very briefly address the Conservation District's notes. And then from there, I would love to open it up again for the public, to speak for the public's sake, and then answer any questions that I can for you guys. So first, actually, I guess that's second, I want to thank Ms. Toshi Tusam. She's a planner with her office, and she's really done a great job, I think, of illustrating a lot of the regulations that we're about to talk about. It's a 12-page set of ordinance in front of you. We're going to try to be a little bit more visual, and then again answer any questions that you might have. What we're looking at on the screen right now is essentially we're looking at 50 acres here, and then the assumption is that that 50-acre parcel was divided into 5-acre tracts. Now, we see a lot of 5-acre development. I'm going to say that's probably the norm in unincorporated Scott County. The cluster development is very rare. The hamlet-style development is very rare. This is typically what we see. Now, because we're looking at 10 lots here, that would require a rezone to A5. So this body would get to consider it, fiscal court would get to consider it. And we would review it for things like the closeness to in the nearest fire station. Are there any low water bridge crossings? Do they have adequate water flow? Things like that always gets considered anytime that there's a zone change. But we're going to still call this what is typical, or what the expected pattern development is. When you develop in this style, you require those 50-foot minimum setbacks on all sides. This is what we typically see. And I'll tell you too, again, heard from other people, this is a problem in a lot of people's eyes. Because this is 50 acres getting broken into 10 fives, which makes it, what agricultural activity could look like on that property, makes it look a lot different. So tonight we're going to talk a little bit about cluster developments. So what we're looking at here is an 80-acre parent tract. The reason we went with 80 acres is in writing this draft ordinance, originally staff had said that the minimum cluster size, or minimum preserve acres, could be something like 10 acres, with the idea being that you have a 20-acre parcel, 50% gets preserved, 50% gets developed. In talking to our community, again, at the library, at the public meeting, one of the things that came up is that the way agriculture looks like in Scott County, 10 acres isn't enough land. And so they recommended that that preserve be no less than 40 acres. And staff made that change to the draft that's in front of you. And so we basically said, well, if we're clustering off of 80 acres so we can end up with 40 acres preserved, this is one way that it could look like. And so we have here again, as staff has written, 50% of the total acreage is preserved. All of the acreage in the preserve is contiguous, and then we have good circulation around. Those tracts that we're looking at right here are approximately 2 acres in size. And so 2-acre lot size is the largest that we would allow inside a cluster development outside of the preserve tract. There's your preserve acreage. There's our cluster. No internal access, only internal access, no direct access onto those primary streets around there. As you guys can imagine, if every one of those fronting lots wanted direct access onto the street, that could cause problems. That's an existing regulation. We want to make sure that is still the same. Screening and buffering. Again, we have a landscape and land use buffering ordinance. The expectation is that when you transition from that cluster into that preserve acreage, you got to have some sort of buffering there. And then here we go. We're looking at essentially what does the smallest that we've entertained in this regulation look like at ½ an acre. Guys, ½ an acre is really tight for rural development. Very, very tight if you're looking at trying to figure out how to fit an on-site septic system on there. That's highly unlikely. 2 acres, we feel very confident that you can do that. So we'll get to that in just a second, but 2 acres is actually a little bit bigger than what our standard cluster lot has been in the past. So we're looking at smaller lots for the cluster, so obviously you can't eat up quite as much land internally for the setbacks. Where the cluster lot abuts the reserve or other A1 zone property, we still require that 50-foot. As was talked about earlier, with the last case, as we're talking about now, you need that kind of buffer space between the more intensive residential use and the agricultural use. And so we want to preserve that. The internal lines go to 25, where it abuts the A1 zone or other ag land, it needs to be 50 feet. Take another look at that. That's what we were just talking about when your cluster lot is next to anything else outside the cluster, 50 feet. Okay. This is where I want to spend a little bit more time than I typically would in looking at an ordinance, because it's a conversation that has come up multiple times. I think it deserves being addressed. The prior cluster regulation that we had granted a density that was equivalent to the standard subdivision. You got 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. But you were limited as a cluster to having lots no greater than 2 acres in size. And they could be smaller, but 2 acres in size was the maximum. When those played out, what naturally happened is you were preserving more land than you were developing, because you took the same number of dwelling units that you would have got anyway and you put them on smaller lots, and that is what created the preserve. And so the way that played out was approximately 60% of those developments were preserved, and then 40% was for development. I think, and this is where I'm gonna give my opinion on this. I think if that was an effective ordinance, we wouldn't be talking about a lot of these things tonight. Well, what we are recommending in comparison to the previous ordinance is a more lax ordinance. It should be easier to obtain a cluster development through these regulations than it was previously. It allows for greater density than what was previously allowed. Like I said previously, it was 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. What we're looking at today is 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres. And so I want to take a look, though, at what the clusters would look like with varying levels of preserve being required, and then compare that to how big the lots are. And again, down at the bottom, what I've done is I've pulled out that 5-acre tract. If they do the essentially by right development and break it into 5s, how many do they get? And so we're back to 80 acres, with the idea being that 50, well, as staff proposes, 80 acres, 40 would be preserved, and 40 acres would be developed. So on an 80-acre tract with 5-acre lots, they're going to get 16 dwelling units spread across. Yeah, sure. 16 dwelling units spread across the development, kind of that square pattern or rectangle pattern that we looked like at the very beginning. And when you do that standard type of division, you end up with 0% preserved. Again, the community has stated, if all of Scott County gets developed with that pattern, that's going to be a real issue. That will be a problem. That will decrease our agricultural productivity as a community. And so 16 is the number to beat. We'll start high. The maximum lot size that we are looking to allow through this ordinance is 2 acres inside of the cluster. If you take 35% of an 80-acre parcel, you're going to end up with approximately 28 acres to be developed. 28 acres to be developed, and if they're 2-acre lots, it's going to give you 14 potential dwelling units inside the cluster, plus you'll still get a dwelling unit for the preserve lot. That's going to leave you with 15 total dwelling units on that development, less than what you get if you split it into 5s. Now that you know how to read the chart, I'm not going to go through every single number, but you can see as the preserve decreases, the total number of lots that you can get at that given size increases. The reason why I've highlighted that 1.5 acre lot is because that 1.5 is, on average, the approximate size of a cluster lot in Scott County today. We don't have very many of them. The last one was a decade ago at this point, but there have been other cluster developments that have taken place. And on average, those resulted in cluster lots of 1.5 acres. So at 1.5 acres, again, with 65% preserved, that's going to give you 18 cluster lots plus your preserved lot. That's 19 dwelling units, 3 more than you get if you just have a standard development. If you look at the 50% preserved, then you're going to get to 26. This is really important to understand that the driving factor here for these, anything greater than 1 acre as your average lot size, is not the density that is going to dictate the number of lots. It is the preserve percentage. Only once you get below 1 acre at 50%, or actually yes, for all of them, it's only once you get to 1 acre and below that it becomes the dictating number is associated with the density. So again, in here we say theoretically, if it's served by a sewer system essentially, shared sewer, that you could get down to half an acre lot. At a half-acre lot, you're still only going to get 40, because again, 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres on 80 acres, you're going to get 40 lots. And that's going to be the same no matter what your preserve is, because that's going to put you well underneath what is needed. And the cool trick is actually at that point, with super small lots, your preserve becomes the same across the board at 75%. And so that's another kind of segue. Why are we looking to try to allow smaller units in the clusters? Is because really it's by getting those smaller units that we're able to begin looking at preserves and really efficiency. And as we saw in the last development, not all building lots will be exactly the same size. And so this slide I think is very important to understand. And it's why staff recommends a 50% preserve instead of something greater. And primarily, it's so that you can beat this number. Every regulation that we put on a cluster development that we don't put on a standard subdivision is a reason why somebody will not go through the cluster development process. The cluster development process is more burdensome. So there has to be some benefit to the landowner to go down that route. The primary thing that we can do from the planning and zoning side of things is say they can have more units. There's very little else that we can do to incentivize it aside from that. Now, we still need the buffering. We still need to make sure that we have adequate water and septic systems, and it's well placed and that can handle it, and you have your reserve area. And we avoid those traffic issues, and we make sure that fire is close enough to serve these. We're still going to do all of that, but we have to make sure that when they build, for the most part, a larger road, when they have a greater amount of fencing that they have to put up, when they have to go through and do all of these, again, a 12-page document associated with the requirements specific to this. We have to make sure that they are going to make the decision that's best for them and not just revert to 5-acre development. I'll jump a little bit further into the document.
What about if it was a 400-acre farm? Is the same, is just extrapolate out?
Extrapolate it out.
Gotcha.
Now, this is one thing I really I want to talk about. Staff was responsive to the community when we changed the minimum preserve from 10 acres to 40 acres. I'm going to look to my left and apologize to these two because they've called me probably 6-7 times to talk about this specific thing. And I always say I'm going to do it, and I haven't done it yet, so I'm going to give it to you guys. In the ordinance, as it's written, we say that the preserve acres must be one contiguous lot. So in the event that it's 400 acres and you guys think 50% is the right amount, they're going to have a 200-acre contiguous tract. That might be a bit obsessive. It might make sense on some of these cases to allow for multiple preserve lots as long as they're above whatever that minimum preserve acreage is that you'd like. That might be a benefit, and again, give flexibility. Understanding that every time you create a preserve lot, it still gets a dwelling unit associated with it, which is going to take away from, you're going to swap one cluster lot for that preserve lot. And so think about that. And two, I'll point to this too. Again, staff is here at 50%. You see the number 16. You know that we're on average at 1.5. If one of these other numbers makes more sense to you, I think that's part of the discussion that we want to have here tonight. So they have to meet buffering requirements. They have to meet our road construction requirements. Pause right now.
What page are you on?
Oh, I've just been working through the top of it. So the actual document that we're working on right now starts at page 7. Down at the bottom, it says draft use only, ZOTA 2026-02. And so we've gone through the density. We've gone through the lot size. We were just talking about the preserve acreage being 50% and being contiguous. We'll keep working through. Again, accel lanes and decel lanes. Talk about roads. Trying to hit the high points so that we can get to the community's input. All cluster lots shall have public water supply. That's pretty standard in Scott County, and I'm glad for it. Have to preserve a credit for the reserve lot. No, okay. This is also important to note. The preserve acreage has no conditional use permitted. Those tracts are not eligible for consideration of a conditional use permit by the Board of Adjustment. The intent really is for the reserve tracts to be agricultural in nature. I'll tell you guys, that's a hard one for me because I hate to preemptively remove options from a property owner. But again, being very similar to the accessory dwelling units, because this is something kind of outside the norm, that justifies the thing having the additional development regulations, and in this case, a restriction on their ability to go to the Board of Adjustment.
excuse me, it's also give them the option whether we really want to do this. It does give the community a chance, though, to actually do real farmland, save some of this farmland. That would be the benefit to the community.
Yep, I agree. Okay. I'm going to pause there, and I want to address some of the concerns of the Scott County Conservation District. We've talked at length about why staff chose 50% as opposed to 60 or 65%. Totally open for discussion on that. As the Planning Commission desires, that's a pretty easy one to slot in. We just modify that. The Conservation District, though, also did talk about the clear divide between northern Scott County and southern Scott County. The vast majority of our prime farmlands and farmlands of statewide importance are in South Scott County. What the Conservation District had proposed is that essentially, if there's a lot of prime farmland, then we want to preserve more acreage. If there's less prime farmland, then actually we can get away with preserving less. As I've said as staff, I don't feel comfortable increasing the amount of preserve just because I feel like that's going to push more people to that 5-acre development. And so for the exact same reason and trying to be equitable across Scott County, I would not then recommend increasing the amount of developable land in northern Scott County. It's not as maybe agriculturally viable, but the land preservation aspect of this is still important. Open space is important, and that cultural viewshed is also important as you drive through. But that was item 2 on soil conservation's notes. Item number 3, the preserved acreage must be set aside in one lot and must be contiguous with the boundary of the residential lots. We discussed that potentially there is an opportunity to allow for more than one preserve tract. The Conservation District, and again, they're going to speak for themselves in just a moment, I'm sure. But the very last sentence, any tracts connected by a thread of land to connect contiguous lands should be no less than 100 or 50 feet. I agree with them 100%. I would like to recommend that we add an additional requirement, and that is that the preserve tract actually be no less than 100 feet in width. If we're looking to move ag equipment and potentially farm that land, I think give them a little bit more. So again, put that to the commission. 50-foot minimum width for the preserve lot makes a ton of sense. 100-foot, I think, makes even more sense. Related HOA restrictions. I'm going to let you guys read that for yourself. Personally, I try to stay out of HOA stuff as much as possible. The Conservation District points out that they could be that they understand that there should be maybe restrictions on house size or materials, but any other restrictions typically just increase the cost. And I agree again with the Conservation District. If we continue to increase the cost of this development or allow HOAs to increase the cost of development, then you're going to get less of this style of development. Again, from planning side, I don't know if I feel comfortable putting a requirement in there, but I'll leave that to the attorney as well as the commission to talk about whether or not we can dictate what restrictions an HOA could or could not place. Environmentally sensitive areas may be included in the preserve acreage. Again, on the front end, the Conservation District makes a point that those environmentally sensitive areas are not particularly profitable for a farmer. With that said, between the option of including them in cluster lots or including them in the preserve lot, I think allowing them in the preserve makes a lot of sense. We just looked at the last development that had that large C1 swath there. Between having that all in like one preserve area or contiguous versus trying to split that environmentally sensitive area into multiple cluster lots, I don't know if that's really the direction we want to go. With that said, if we're creating a preserve minimum, and the idea is that the preserve minimum is the lowest amount of land that we feel comfortable preserving for agricultural purposes that could realistically be used for agricultural purposes, it may be the desire of the board to create a requirement that you can include the environmentally sensitive areas in the preserved lot, but every acre of environmentally sensitive area just increases the minimum preserve size that you have to go. So if we say you got 40 acres of preserve, and they want to put in 5 acres of wetland, well, then they really need to have 45 acres of preserve. That way, it's still 40 acres. If we say that's what's viable, that's what's viable, that's what we go with. This is about the only one where I'm going to have to kind of disagree with the conservation district. It's number 6, and this is specific to the granting of variances associated with developments. When we write an ordinance, the assumption is that everybody has to play by the rules, and everyone's going to do what is expected of them. With that said, state statute affords property owners the ability to request relief from specific standards when they meet specific requirements. I do not believe that as staff, we can in some way deprive a property owner of their ability to seek relief if they meet those state standards. And so in this case, it's talking about the 50-foot setback, and I'm sure it's, and also concerns about fencing. And I understand those concerns, and I recognize those concerns. But when we have state statutes that allow for variances, then I think we have to allow for the applicant to at least pursue those. That's really the only one where I would be very cautious about creating a new section of this code to limit their ability to seek relief. Next one up, fencing. Yeah, we talk a lot about fences, guys.
What about the gates?
Yeah, and gates too. We talk about it all. The conservation district recommends that fence gets built before any lots are sold. Staff agrees. If we are going to create that fence line, staff wants to see it in first. And so again, if we can add or if it's the will of this body to add an additional requirement associated with the fencing that has to go in first before you can sell the lots, we have nothing against that. So with that, that's everything that I wanted to talk about. What do you guys want to talk about?
What if this is, so the things that you agree or disagree with, I know the contiguous thing you said is included in the ordinance will be a change point. What is of these things that you agreed with that's already in the ordinance versus would be a change point to what we have in front of us?
Of this?
Yes, uh-huh.
They actually read the ordinance, and so there were little bits and pieces that I would
Right.
agree with, but they didn't mention anything that was already in the ordinance that they didn't want to see a change from.
Okay.
Let me pause for one more second, because I would be remiss if I didn't tell you the only other thing that I've kind of heard about this, because I've talked about the contiguous nature and potentially being able to split that. Talked about the soil conservation districts and the changes that they would like to see. And then we also talked about the preserve acreage changing from 10 to 40. The other feedback that I did receive, though, is that there is nothing that would prohibit somebody from doing highly intensive agricultural activity on less acres than 40. And that by deeming 40 acres as the minimum viable acreage for agricultural use, what we're really saying is we only want to see one type of agricultural use in Scott County. Okay. And so as you guys go into consideration of this ordinance, I would really ask yourself if 40 acres is what best suits this community's needs. Because by saying 40 acres, what you're really saying is you need 80 acres before you can go through this process. 10 might be too small. Maybe there's something in the middle. But agriculture can look a lot of different ways in a lot of different areas. And I'll leave it there.
And I think that this is my, go ahead.
So potentially, by going with the 20 acres, potentially, there may actually be more farmers, might be a little bit less land, but more of the land being used. That makes sense. So
I could see
It
that
encourages the use
logic.
of the land for agricultural use.
Yeah,
If we
more.
make the threshold too high,
Yeah.
it's gonna limit the number of people that it would apply
Yep.
to, and ultimately just lead them to 5-acre tracts.
Especially the younger people who are
Yeah.
trying to get into farming.
Yeah.
Think about how many you're getting, how many applications are you getting for cluster development now anyhow? It's not big.
Right. I don't think hardly any with the current ordinance, right?
Not in 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Questions, other questions, comments from the commission before we open it up to the audience?
I think I've talked about fences tonight.
Would you,
She's fast of the fences.
would you say?
It's an inside joke.
Oh, okay.
About fences.
All right, anything from the audience? Yes, Mr. Price.
I attended a meeting, I think, 3 weeks ago, more or less, at the library about the meeting was advertised as a discussion of cluster homes and preservation of farmland. And the way I understand it, since then I spoke with
Holden.
Fleming.
He's here, he's
gonna
back
come
there for
back?
something.
He'll be back?
He's right there.
Yeah, from our conversation, Fleming, I took away from that because of a suggestion from Mr. Quarles at that meeting at the library, you revised the draft of this ordinance that's proposed. Is that correct?
So that is correct. Specifically, that was related to the minimum size of the preserved tract, going from 10 to 40.
So the ordinance as it's proposed now, and if it becomes law, would require that any cluster development be contiguous with a minimum of 40 acres of farmland?
The preserved tract would need to be 40 acres of contiguous farmland. For the Planning Commission, that is Regulation B. It's on the top of page 8 at the last sentence.
So if I understand this, I'm going to ask a question. If a man owns a land, a man owns a farm, he's willing to have it developed into, or say a woman, I should say, a man or a woman owns a land, owns a farm, and is willing to see a cluster development on his or her land, but he or she would be required to reserve at least 40 acres in order for the cluster of development to occur. Well, I just want to show you something. I use these tools on a half acre as a sharecropper. And I don't have any big capital investment in a tractor. And if I may ask, Mr. Quarles, why would you prefer a 40-acre minimum? Matt?
I can make a comment later when you're finished.
Well,
He can answer when he comes up to say whatever he would like, if you want to go ahead and finish yours, Steve. And just to clarify too, it's a 50%, and the recommendation is that the minimum would be 40. So if it was a 100-acre farm, the minimum would be 50, just to clarify.
If it were a 100-acre farm...
It would be a 50-acre minimum. If it was an 80-acre, it would be 40 acres. It's 50%
Of the farm.
of whatever the total
Okay. all
acreage
right,
is.
okay,
So just to clarify that.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Now, let's say the total acreage, say a man or woman wants to sell a farm, the farm is, let's say, total 50 acres. All right, can a cluster development occur there?
Not the way it's currently written.
So then there's a minimum size for the total project?
80
80.
would be the minimum based off the way it's currently written, which would allow
Right. And
50% holdback.
40 acre preferred by Mr. Quarles, it represents 1/2 of the total acreage.
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that people, what I said, I was the last comment at that meeting at the library. My comment was the very last comment. And what I said, and I'm going to repeat it now, if you want to preserve farm land, which I think we all agree is a noble pursuit, noble purpose. It would do a lot to accomplish that goal if you can incentivize the population to farm. And Judge Covington was here a while ago.
He's still there.
Judge Covington is quoted in the Georgetown News Graphic in 2024. There was a lot of discussion about this business park, regional business park that was proposed for rural Scott County. And Judge Covington was in favor of it because he said it will provide jobs. He said, in the next 5 years, we're going to have 60,000 high school graduates seeking employment. As I recall, is that correct?
Not that many, not that many.
6,000, I'm sorry, 6,000.
Over maybe the next decade.
Over the next 5 years. I remember it was 5 years and six, no, I'm wrong, not 60, 6,000. I believe those are the right numbers. Anyway, what he was saying is an urgency to provide occupations for our graduating students. And I happened to look at the Wall Street Journal today. It says here that big money is going to capitalization of corporations, and they're laying off, reducing workforce. And if that be the case, then we got a surplus of people who need occupations. And look here, it doesn't. You don't have to have a tractor to have an occupation in farming. You can do it with hand tools. I've been doing it for years with hand tools, and I'm going to show you what I produce.
Okay, can you keep it specifically related to this cluster development regulations? Because I think we have a lot of other people that want to talk, so if you can reference what your specific comments related to what you'd like to see changed in this, or questions about what's in it.
I'll be quick.
Okay.
If a man wants to sell his land for cluster development, your response should be to incentivize the people who inhabit the cluster development, that is, the residents of the cluster development, to get out on that land that's contiguous and raise crops.
Okay.
And because it's right outside their door, they don't have to drive to it. And all they need to, what we're talking about is sharecropping. What I'm talking about is sharecropping.
Yeah.
If you could include sharecropping as part of your policy in regard to these cluster developments, you could make not only residents of the cluster developments, you could incentivize them to be sharecroppers, to work with the landowner so that they could cultivate a certain portion of the land. The contiguous wouldn't even have to be contiguous.
I understand.
It'd be nearby, it'd be good enough. And by sharecropping, now I sharecrop on David Lusby's land. I got a half acre. I'm going to show you. This is grapes. This is raisins I made out of grapes, dried grapes. This is dried apples. And this is dried cherry tomatoes. And I didn't need a tractor to do that.
I understand. You said that. So is that all specifically you wanted to make the point around sharecropping?
I'm going to say one other thing.
Okay.
If a person makes an agreement with the land, one of your residents in a cluster development can make an agreement with the landowner, all he or she needs is a string line to go out there on that land and stake off a claim, stake his or her claim as agreed with the landowner, and become a sharecropper.
Okay.
And in this way, you can incentivize a population of farmers while preserving farmland.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Anyone else that wants to speak? Yes, Mr. Quarles.
Roger Quarles, 1689 Lemon Mill Road. I didn't really come prepared to speak tonight. I'm not a designated speaker for the Conservation District,
Okay.
even though I am a director.
Can you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay.
Because the microphone doesn't really work. It's just for the recording.
This whole conversation came from some meetings last winter where we were trying to think of some ways to stop or slow down the 5-acre developments in the county. And so we would be in favor of the changes to the cluster situation in hopes that that would help on that, rather than the way they are now, which is not really working. the 40 acres that we came up with, we thought that that was probably the smallest amount that a tenant farmer would want to go and work on somebody else's land by the time he carries all these things over there that he has to do it with. Now, Holden has a good point that if it's intensively farmed, he doesn't need 40 acres. But I don't think you have to make him intensively farm the entire 40 acres. He could pick out 5 of it or whatever he wants to do. But certainly the 40 acres could be a sticky point on this thing. But the point is we were trying to suggest something that would be viable to a tenant farmer that could go across town and carry tractors and his cows or whatever it is to be interested in that, rather than it ended up in a 20-acre yard that somebody's going to mow constantly and not have any production from. So I guess we could keep talking about the minimum about that. And of course, if a guy was wanting to sell lands, he could always go back to the 5 acres. That's not been eliminated as an option here. If he's got 20 acres of land or something, he could still go back to that if he's wanting to develop. So it's not a hindrance on that at all. I would like to just speak briefly about the variance that Holden has reservations about.
The HOA one or the?
Well, just the variances in general. He spoke in general, not particularly HOA. I hope I live long enough to see that you get to a point that the Board of Adjustments does not have the authority to give a variance within the 50-foot unless the adjoining landowner agrees with that. Because that's the only person that's going to get affected by that, the only person. If you're going to allow somebody to come in and put something 20 foot from the fence, the adjoining landowner is the only person. It's not the community, but the adjoining landowner is the only one that's going to be affected by that. Now, if you want to give it against the highway right-of-way or something like that, I don't care. But I hope that you could see fit that the adjoining landowner would be the only one that could agree with that. If he doesn't agree with it, somebody would say, well, maybe that's vindictive. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe they need to come to some agreement personally for that to occur, for the agreement to occur. That's fine with me. But I'm just saying these things that just come in and are just rubber stamped almost. Yeah, the staff says we think it'll be all right. Well, it may not be all right with the adjoining person. They need to have that permission. One thing for just one last minute here about the fences. I know you get to worrying about on this staff about the trees, that you want to maintain all the trees and so forth, especially on a fence line. And I'll point out to you that a fence doesn't necessarily mean that that is the legal boundary. So if you need to move a little bit to build a fence, a couple of feet or something like that, that's not a hindrance to having this ordinance adhered to. Land is sold on its legal boundary. It's not particularly what the fence is sitting on. All of us farmers know that we've got some fence that's not really exactly on the boundary, on the legal boundary. So don't let that be a hindrance in requiring the fence put up. If they need to move it a little bit to avoid a big tree or something like that, well, let it happen. It's not going to change the acres within the legal boundary. So that's my last point, unless somebody has a question.
Thanks, Roger.
It is, to save fence rows and stuff like that, it is nice to move everybody to agree, both parties agree that, hey, just move the fence away and not, instead of bulldozing old fence rows out.
You don't have to go back and rewrite the deeds.
Right.
It's just, when you go to sell it, it's going to be whatever the legal description was that came up with the acres, and that's how you sell it.
Charlie, could you put that in this ordinance that if the adjacent property owner doesn't agree to a variance, can you do that legally?
As a motion?
I've not seen that done. I'm not sure that it can't be done.
Because that's a very good valid point. It's not going to affect me or staff or whoever. It's going to affect the adjacent property owners, and that's.
You're talking about specific to the cluster development at this point, yeah.
Well,
in general, really.
Yeah.
If you come in next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about that a number of times through the years, and there's always been a reluctance to basically leave a person's use of their property entirely in that particular sense to a neighbor. I can certainly see times when that's not unreasonable. The board's always felt, well, that's not who we ought to leave it up to. That's a decision the board ought to make. That's what state law gives that board authority to do. That's certainly something we could think about.
Maybe it's something you could, I mean, because it's always something we could add to this later if we wanted to, or any
Yeah,
other way.
and it's certainly, it's always something that the board takes under consideration.
Right.
I mean, that's,
But the very least you could do is not have the staff recommend for that to happen. If they want to be neutral on it, well, let that be the language from the staff.
Holden, did you have something to add?
Yeah, number one, I'm gonna keep driving this point home. My staff does not rubber stamp anything. I understand the Board of Adjustment looks at a lot of variances. You guys look at a lot of waivers, but we don't rubber stamp anything. I think the amount of time we spend talking about this stuff is evidence of that. With that said, the thing that I think we can hang our hat on specific to cluster developments is it is the person recommending or bringing forward the application to subdivide the land that is going to have to first establish that new fence line and create those 50-foot buffers on all of the properties that's going to be reflected on the plat. One of the requirements of a variance is that you can't do it to yourself. And so when we're looking at these large tracts, and again, this is generally speaking, and we're consistent on this as staff, if you draw a line that creates the problem for yourself, if you can redraw it in any way that gets rid of that problem, then that's what you need to do. And so again, for cluster specifically, where it requires the rezone and requires the platting, where it's gonna show those buffers and it's gonna show those no-build areas, I think we don't have to worry about it so much. For the rest of the A1 zone, I agree with Roger in this case. We do need to be very judicious in when and if an area gets a zoning variance.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you,
Thank
Roger.
you, sir.
Rita, you were getting ready to step up and say
Yeah.
something, I think?
Might as well. Rita Jones, 402 Old Oxford
you
Road,
do swear
Georgetown.
affirm, don't you?
I swear. More than often. Been in front of you guys many times to do subdivisions, which I didn't want to do. Sometimes the owners didn't want to do. They would rather have done a cluster. But as Holden pointed out, haven't done one in decades. That's because they're not affordable. Haven't been affordable in the past. The 1.75, the cost of the 20-foot wide road that you have to put in, the water line you have to put in, fire hydrants, et cetera, makes it unaffordable. And that's why we've had 5-acre subdivisions. So I'm hoping with this new cluster regulation, it's going to open it up. That's our goal, to where it is more affordable to all the farmers in the county. And what I do hate to see is the 80-acre minimum. I see some young people out here trying to start farming. They could perhaps get a loan if they had 70 acres with 35 and 35. I think the cluster itself will determine a minimum if you'll let it, because nobody's going to go out here and build a big road and spend all this money for engineers and whatever you have to do for a 10 or 15 acre tract. I think it will, if you'll let the market take care of it, it will. I think the market will tell you, you need to do 30 acres or so to make this work. And why don't we let the market take care of it instead of having a definite cutoff? Some poor guy's got 79 acres and he should have had 80. I hate for those drop-dead figures to set in. So that's one thing. Otherwise, you'll always get caught up on fencing.
Yes, we do.
And I farmed enough to know you put up a 6-foot fence in a little ditch and the water comes down and the leaves collect on it and pretty soon it's in the creek. So be as farmer-friendly as you can be on that fencing regulation. Roger and I were talking, you can't even get chain link, or you couldn't a year ago. You couldn't even buy it. VMesh. You couldn't even buy that. The no-climb fence, if you ever tried to put your toe in one, you can't climb it. So try to be as farmer-friendly on that fencing as you can. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Rita.
Before you, because
Sure.
you're a good person to talk to about this, you talk about the
Sure.
market. So what you would extrapolate out is the market probably wouldn't support, if we did lower that down to where 20 acre, like a farm was 20, you save 10.
Sure.
Most developers aren't gonna come in and say, well, I'm gonna spend all that money for only
No,
that many lots.
they're not gonna
It's
fool with
not
it.
gonna do it, right.
Yeah.
But that
And the
would-
same thing with you were doing it yourself.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
You
it
look
wouldn't
at
pay
all
to
the
do it.
road costs and everything, I don't think that you
Wouldn't
would
be enough
have to put
units
a
of that.
minimum. I think the market would determine it.
That makes sense. Yeah, thank you.
And I do think I understand, and I agree completely with what Rita's saying. And of course, the lower the minimum, the higher the minimum is, then it's going to do things to lessen the likelihood of people using the cluster development.
Especially
But I do
young-
agree, the market's gonna take care of itself
Yeah.
to some degree. Nobody's gonna spend that kind of money for developing 20 acres.
Yeah, the cost
To
of
leave
that-
10 sitting.
The cost of that road is
Yeah, they're just gonna do
enormous.
5 acre
We've-
lots.
We've tried to be
Yeah.
able to do them, and it just won't
Yeah,
pencil.
yeah. Yes, Mr. Cornett?
Roy Cornett, I make some notes this time.
I'm sorry?
The 40 acre minimum.
Oh.
I think is, or 80 acres, I think is too much. I'm a classic example. I live out in the back end of Ironworks Estates on the green space of a cluster subdivision. It was done years ago. I've got 15 acres with one house right. I've got 4 horses on it. Am I ag or not? I think Roger would probably argue I'm not, but I do have 4 horses out there and I do take hay off of it. And so I think the 40 acres, 80 acres, how you look at it, is too high. I think it needs to be looked at. In the current 5 acre rule, you can have 3 parcels off one private driveway. 3 5 acre lots off one private gravel driveway. And the way we're talking here, that's not been discussed. And the expense of roads is a big detriment to clusters being done. So if we can stick to where we can have 3 parcels off one private driveway, everybody shares, I think that goes a long way toward limiting expense and encouraging the cluster development. I think the 25-foot setback, I almost hesitate to ask Roger, but Roger, give me an example on where a 25-foot setback causes a problem that a 50-foot doesn't. I realize you don't want anything right up against your fence, but the difference between a 25 and a 50-foot, I'm struggling with a little bit.
Roy, when the building intrudes into 50-foot, it just takes away from what the guy that bought the land beside it, it takes away from what he thought he was going to be entitled to as far as privacy. If there's a building such a garage or even a stable or something like that that goes into the 50-foot, that's just a little more noise and odor and stuff that crosses over a little bit quicker. It doesn't ruin his life completely, but it irritates him. Every time he goes out there, it irritates him. So if you're on a 5 acre lot, you've got plenty of room to put a building somewhere else. It doesn't have to intrude upon the 50-foot.
Okay, and Roger and I guess, disagree here. I think 25-foot probably does a similar thing. You've still got room to mow and everything between that. That's just my opinion and his. But that's all I had.
Holden, do you want to speak to the driveway thing at all, or?
He did. Yeah, I'll touch on it just really briefly.
About why, if you agree or disagree with what Mr. Cornett just said, I guess it would be my specific question.
I agree. So what we have right here, right, is the assumption that all of the roads that we've demonstrated here are going to be built up to county road standards, whatever those widths are, whatever those base layers are, that's what we're going to do. What Mr. Cornett is kind of proposing in my head is, let's imagine that we're going to take, did I get that? Oh, good. If I had a whiteboard, I would really like it right now.
I like whiteboards.
But what I'm imagining now is, so we'll pretend that your preserve's over here, I'm going to point here. So we still have the main access coming off of the primary arterial here. And then some sort of turnaround or cul-de-sac or some sort of termination of the road here. But coming off into the preserve on either side are unimproved gravel roads that then branch off and the lots then connect kind of in a,
It's a tree branch.
you guys ever seen Brussels sprouts? Like they come off of the one stalk and they come in bunches. And so that's kind of what I'm imagining here, is you have the one improved road coming off of the main, and then unimproved clusters coming off all around it, all of which still intact with the preserved acreage. Is that what you're kind of envisioning? Something close to that? Staff thinks that would be every bit okay as that. Ben, can you think of any issue that could arise? No. So right now, I don't think our regulation prohibits that. It just doesn't entertain it.
Okay.
So will we need to put that in some type of regulation then? So it's not-
No, it should,
Because it already doesn't
It
prohibit
already-
it.
Yeah,
like
it doesn't
currently.
prohibit
Okay,
it.
all right. So I guess then as the,
as long as you meet all other development requirements.
okay.
I have one other concern.
The only problem
Okay.
is people don't like to share driveways.
Well, that's up to them, right, and the developer.
That's in the city now.
That's not our fault, that's not our
They
problem,
don't
yeah,
want
That's the city
exactly.
issue.
Okay,
So, and I wasn't in any of the meetings, but when you get out in the county and now you're taking a tract of land and you're there, pull back up the numbers again, if you would, please. And you're doubling the amount of units on that tract of land. And we've already got roads and water that barely support what we've got. And now you're gonna take a 100-acre farm instead of making, I'm all for preserving farmland, I'm just going with our infrastructure problem. Again, you're gonna allow out in the country, you're gonna gotta go buy 300 acres and preserve half of it. And now he's gonna double the amount of traffic, over double the amount.
So, Elise is gonna handle the specifics, I'll talk generally.
Okay.
Prior to a development like this, it doesn't start with the road being put in. It starts with the rezoning application. When the rezoning application comes in, that's the time where this body and then fiscal court will get to look at, they'll get to look at the concept plan.
Yeah.
And reviewing any rezone from A1 to A5, our comprehensive plan calls out A5, right?
6.
6, we added one.
No, we've
6
had
specific
one. We just
requirements.
always say 5.
And Elise, just quickly go through those so that the audience knows.
Yeah, so this comprehensive plan lists the 6 rural residential development criteria. It states that factors that should be considered by developers and fiscal court and planning commission are availability of water and electric utilities, availability of fire protection, the ability of the transportation network to support additional residential development, proximity to protected lands, proximity to environmentally sensitive areas, and the ability of the site to be served by on-site septic. So when we did the Tackett Farm rezone, I distinctly went through all 6 of those items, and if one of them didn't quite satisfy, we discussed it in detail if that was appropriate. And that's what slowed them down the first time and ultimately made the determination. By having it be at the zone change process, we get that discretionary call, or rather, you, through the state statute, get discretion, a little bit more discretion to evaluate kind of that give and take part of it. And so instead of putting it in a standard thing, we say the zone change, we'll discuss those details. And then if it makes it through the zone change, we'll look at how it's going to be executed. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we will talk about all the sewer needs, all this. If the road doesn't meet it and we can't get water to it, that's one thing. Then we can say, ooh, maybe not this area. But if the water, if everything is satisfied, then a recommendation comes forth, goes to fiscal. Fiscal does something with it, and it goes somewhere, potentially. So,
Which is a good thing too to point out as we're discussing this. Ultimately, we will make our recommendation to fiscal court for what we think this should contain, and fiscal court will take it and decide what they want to change up or if they want to accept it as it is. So just to clarify that. Same with the one we just did with the accessory dwelling units. So as I understand, let me try to summarize a little bit some of the discussion. No, go ahead. No, go ahead, yeah.
Dan Holman, Georgetown. So yeah, just as regarding this question of the minimum lot size, and then also addressing the question of different types of agriculture on different lot sizes. So just, here's a question. Say you have a 60-acre farm. Could you make it a cluster division if you were willing to set 40 acres aside, which would be more than 50%?
Yes, so the way it is currently written, if you had 60 acres, 40 would be preserved as the minimum, and then you would develop on the 20 acres that are left. What I would reference though is back to this chart. If you have 20 acres at 1.5 acres per lot, then you're looking at, what would that be, 15 total?
But you're allowed to go down as small as a half an acre.
Yeah, if you can fit a septic system in a 100%
Okay, so then
reserve.
you start to have trouble with the septic system.
Yeah, and
things.
so you can, the important thing is to maintain that level of preserve. What you do though, obviously, is you just have less acreage you can develop on. Ms. Jones? Okay, you're just Rita, I'm sorry. When Ms. Jones had mentioned that 79 acre parcel, it'd be a similar situation. Half would be preserved, and then they would basically be developing with one fewer acre on there.
So they
Depending
could,
on
they
how
could
many.
probably, you could probably allow a 79 acre to work.
Yeah, it all just depends on how small those lots.
But there
can
comes
be.
a point. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so that's good to clarify for me. So I guess the purpose of the minimum lot size is we have these, you don't want to take, if you have lots of land in the county that are greater than 40 acres, you kind of want to preserve that. So that's the goal of not, yeah, so that's the whole point. Like, we don't want to break it down to 30 acres. Like, say you have a 70 acre farm, you want to keep that at least 40 acres when you're all said and done, if possible. So then just real quick regarding the question of, like, so this, if you do a cluster and you have a maximum lot size of 2 acres, like, could it make sense if you allowed, like, maybe 10% of the units to go over that 2 acres so that you could let a 5 acre lot be included in this cluster? Say you have like a 300 acre farm, like a ginormous farm. Should there be a space where you can go have some 5 acre lots, have some 10 acre lots? And that's my question.
So, great question. So the ordinance as it is written does entertain the idea that there might be a development that includes both a cluster portion and then a standard subdivision portion. So in that event, both units count towards the density totals. And so, yes, if you have just an abundance of acreage, there's nothing prohibiting you from doing 5s and 10s. The only thing that in this current iteration that would be prohibited is the acreages between 2 and 5.
But could those 5s and 10s be integrated with the little hamlet?
Sure, yeah.
The other question I want to make about the sewer, so there are several new sewer options now that didn't exist even 5 years ago that make the smaller sizes even more viable. Now, even in bad land, like where it's not, has a good soil in it, it's possible now to put more houses than what we used to be able to. So if someone was willing to spend that kind of money to put in that type of septic system, a new type of system, would that also meet our regulations? They could maybe put more? Or is it strictly going to be held to this number of lots?
So the density, again, as you go down, becomes the governing factor.
Okay.
And so, again, if you get to half an acre lots, then you will be limited by the 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres. What we're doing to account for that, because I haven't mentioned it yet, is we allow for that range of lot sizes between half an acre and 2 acres.
Okay.
But if the applicant wants to go smaller than 1.75 acres, then they need to get pre-approval and site registrations from the health department.
Very good.
Basically, they have to get that okay, that they can prove that system's gonna work on that particular lot.
It would be expensive, but it can be done with this new sewer system.
So,
You cut me off one, don't I say another word or two?
you can say, you've got a couple minutes, that's it.
The United Nations, among other charitable organizations, promotes dry composting toilets.
Is this related to the cluster development regulation?
Yes, ma'am,
specific
it
to the
certainly
sanitary
does,
system?
because if you just said,
Okay.
and this man here just
All
said,
right, okay.
that we're talking about sewers.
Okay.
And what I'm gonna say, if you seem to want me to hurry, so I'll say it
No,
quick.
I just want to make sure that we stay on
Water,
topic.
she mentioned water, he mentioned sewer. The whole average home in Scott County sheds from its roof 80% of the water it consumes. That's math I did in regard to this reservoir that Harold Prather and Tom Prather and Judge Lusby all wanted to build. That's water supply. And if you would allow and encourage people to capture roof water, you would incentivize people to inhabit these cluster developments and to raise crops because they'd have unchlorinated water available. And they would, if you would encourage them, as does the United Nations, to rely on composting toilets, they would have fertilizer to use on the cropland which they arranged with the landowner to occupy and to cultivate.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
I will touch on that.
Okay.
One of the benefits of relying on the health department for that kind of analysis is if there are other ways to handle waste produced on site that are safe and could be applicable, then our department doesn't have to be the one who makes that call.
Yeah.
I don't know a ton about composting toilets, but I do know a little bit about incinerating toilets. And so if the Scott County Health Department says, let's do that, then let's,
But ultimately, a health department issue.
they get to make the call.
I wonder if we could turn over fences at the health department.
That would be great,
That's
right?
next.
Yeah.
Steve.
So I think two of the,
Steve.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Stephen, I didn't see you. Raise your hand. You want to come up, or?
I just had something I want to say before.
No, go ahead, go ahead. I was just trying to make sure I understood where the discussion had gone.
No, I'm just sitting over here thinking in my head. A lot of what has happened in Scott County all started in 1987. Toyota came here, and next year will be 40 years since they came here. And that time, a lot of what happened to Scott County was in the initial 2 or 3 years with cherry blossom, new interstate intersections. The interstate's has changed over time, but when you start thinking about the rest of the county, 25 it's about to change going to the south, but it hasn't changed going to the north. Delaplane's still there, although cherry blossom took in some of it, and it hadn't changed. It's still tiny. When you look at our arterial roads to the north and to the west is Long Lick and Burton Road, and I'm trying to think of where things branch off of. All these roads have not changed one bit in 40 years, but our population has changed about double, maybe triple, I guess. And a lot of those people are living in the county. So when you start looking, especially at Burton and Long Lick, there's been minimal improvements on either one of them. Some of them are still only a lane and a half wide in places. And I think until the state starts waking up and realizing, that Scott County and Toyota, we're not just Toyota anymore. We're starting to have stuff move in here that used to be in Lexington, FedEx, R&L Trucking, all the stuff that's going on out in the, I think more garbage comes in here now than used to come in when we had a landfill, but I'm sure it does because of the transfer station. But all in all, what we need to be thinking about is we've got to make a push with the state legislature. If we're going to be an economic engine for all central Kentucky, I think we need more help than what we've been getting.
Yep.
We're not being treated the way we should be treated. And until the legislature wakes up and realizes that enough is enough here, if they're not going to make some improvements on things that lead out into the county, I don't know how we can keep expanding. I mean, just 40 years, pretty much still the same, other than we got a bypass around the county. Maybe Champion Way, Lexus Way. Lexus Way doesn't go to where it needs to go right now. It needs to continue on over to Old Oxford Road. But one of these days, some of this stuff will start coming together, maybe, but we're going to have to put some pressure on
I'm sure the judge could have a talk about it.
We advocate for improvements and increase. And the biggest thing is US 460, and, that's been talked about since 1990 and some change.
Yeah.
So, we continue to advocate for state policy to help with the issues here.
So what I understand, at least, we've heard a lot of different discussion. It seems like two of the biggest points, at least, that have been pointed out in terms of any potential change to what our draft is 40 right? Or should it be something less than? Understanding what Rita said in terms of the market drives it, but I think everybody would be comfortable if there was some minimum. So is that 20 or what? And then I know I made a note that Mr. Fleming specifically noted and the Soil Conservation District specifically noted the point about, did it have to be contiguous? Which, so that's B and C, I think, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if we want to have any discussion about any of that before we go out of the public hearing so that we can be ready to take a vote when we get done with that, or?
I'd like to just add one other. The Conservation District had recommended that the preserve tract be no less than 50 foot wide at its narrowest.
Oh, okay.
I'd recommend, again, staff would say, consider 100.
No less than 100 foot.
Again,
Which,
we're
which
talking-
number is that?
It does
Which
not.
letter?
Yeah, it doesn't currently exist.
Okay.
We'd add that. Yeah, we think that it would fit at the end of point C. And then staff is gonna mention one other thing, which is, condition, or not condition, but regulation L, is the sufficiency of infrastructure. And then it talks at length, covering pages 9 and 10, specifically about all of the road requirements for this type of development. If you guys wanted to save some paper, you could look just above to, I guess, again, regulation I, where it requires all road improvements to be in line with our standard policies. We got belt and suspenders right now. The one thing to note is if for some reason we were to make changes elsewhere in the subdivision regulations, what that means, it would be reopening this if those then affected those. And so you could fairly safely remove the requirements of L. Again, understanding that
All of L?
All of L.
Or just I?
You could remove all of L and just rely on I. But right now, it's very explicit what those road standards are versus I just directs them to other parts of the development regulations.
Okay, all right.
Just keep it in mind.
All right. Any other public discussion or commission discussion before we close the public hearing?
Like one sentence?
Sure.
Speak one sentence?
Yeah, do it at the microphone. Do it at the microphone.
I said a while ago that in the map I did in regard to the reservoir, proposed reservoir, indicated that average home consumes, sheds from its roof, average home in Scott County sheds from its roof 80% of the water it consumes. That is in a day when people were in a time and in a household, average household, where people blissfully wasting water. And if whoever determines that there's adequate water supply for these cluster developments would say, we can factor in the roof water, we need to factor in the roof water, you might be able to go ahead with the cluster development that otherwise you couldn't.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Anything else from anyone before we close the public hearing?
Do we need to make those adjustments about the acreage after the public hearing?
I think as a part of any motion, right?
Oh, so you can have discussion as a
Okay.
part of the hearing. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you close it and then have a discussion.
And then have the discussion. It's whatever you all want to do. I don't care.
Which do you rather?
Huh?
Which would you rather?
It doesn't matter. I'm fine either way.
You seem like a good idea.
Well, I just think that based on the amount of conversations we've taken here tonight, that definitely we need to lower the number of acreage.
Like 20?
Yeah.
Something in between? What about the contiguous thing in the 100 feet?
I don't think that's necessary to continue. As long as you're preserving that land, I don't think it
Yeah.
matters if it's attached or not.
Anything else? Anybody else?
Is there a
thoughts on it?
size requirement if it's not going to be all in one cluster? Do we need to notate that now also,
It's
or?
not as far.
May I recommend language? So I did write this out. In
Maybe we
C-
should close it before you start recommending language.
Okay.
Because then we're like right at making a motion, right?
Yeah.
Not to interrupt, but, so, anybody else? Going once, going twice? Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing. So, now, language.
Okay, so this would be an amendment to Regulation C on there. The preserved acreage must be and this is page 8. The preserved acreage must be no less than 50% of the total development acreage and must be preserved for agricultural or open space. The preserved acreage must be set aside in increments no less than the preserved tract minimum. And then a note shall be placed in the final plat restricting future subdivision of the development of the reserved area. Non-contiguous property cannot be tethered as preserved acreage.
And no less than the reserved what?
Yeah. The preserved acreage must be no less than 50% of the total development acreage and must be preserved for agricultural or open space. That remains the same.
Okay,
The second sentence is changed.
right.
The preserved acreage must be set aside in increments no less than the preserved tract minimum. And so then that references whatever change you make in the one above. And so if it's changed to 20s, you could have multiple 20-acre preserves, but you could never have a preserve less than 20 acres.
And C is also one that would have an additional sentence at the end regarding the 100 feet,
If that's your decision.
Yeah.
if that's what folks want to
And
do.
then if the 100-foot thing is what the board wishes to pursue, that would be a change to the end of C, where it says non-contiguous property cannot be tethered as preserved acreage. What you would say instead is the preserved tract, totally get rid of the last sentence, just say the preserved tract shall be no less than 100 feet in width.
Okay.
We specified in there that the preserved tract must have a building credit on it?
Yes, that's elsewhere in there.
All right. And then the preserved acreage would be at the top and. if
That's
it's
on the
20
very bottom of B.
B, yeah, just above C. All right. Any other? things?
Roger, what is your, I know you're at 40 and 80 total. What is, in your opinion, a good number that a farmer would want to farm the preserved tract? What is the least amount you think would be a good number?
Well, as a group, we suggested 40 acres because that's all I've ever done in my life is farm. And when I turned 50, I got rid of all my landowners, one of the best days of my life. But before that, I had to. And it's whatever they had, it's what I had to work with.
Right.
But it'd been nice if we could have stayed 40 acres or more, rather than chasing all over the place to get 100 acres. It'd been nice to have, to only go one or two places to get that. But anything that we do tonight, or you do tonight, is an increase or making it better than what we had. If you can get some of these clusters to save some farmland, that's our point. It's not being caught up on very specific numbers.
And I do
would say
think
that going off the rails here a little bit, I'm not really pleased with the prospect of a bunch of cheaper lots out in the county. This may result in, because some of you have indicated that you're concerned about that, and I agree with you. But 5-acre lots, I don't know if they average 200,000 now or not, but they're not far off. Could be more than that. So a person can't afford a 5-acre lot, but all of a sudden, here's a 2-acre lot that they're going to go into. So I'm a little concerned with that, and I don't know how you're going to put a limit on that. Of course, I've suggested in the past that the county needs to limit the number of building permits every year.
But I think overall, not to interrupt you, Rob, but overall, even though you're gonna have, cheaper lots, but yet there is still some farming potential left.
Yes,
The 5-acre rule, so to speak, there's nothing.
that's exactly right. That's why we're interested in supporting this proposal.
All right.
For that reason only.
A lot of people would rather have a 2-acre lot than a 5-acre
Oh, yeah.
lot, no matter what.
Yeah, 5-acre lots, a lot to take care
Well,
of.
I mean,
Right.
I'm kind of leaning towards no less than 25 acres. Of course, the 40 would be nice, but I don't know, I just feel like that's a little much.
Well, does somebody want to make a motion that we can consider?
Well, I'll make a motion for the 25 acres. That's it.
Okay, so what all does your motion include?
Everything we just talked about. 25
So you're
acres, 100
25
foot,
acres minimum, so
25
50
25
acres total would be the minimum. Okay.
100 foot for the,
That it doesn't have to be contiguous.
and the, yes.
And it does have to be.
It does have to,
That
has to be.
Yeah. has to
Right
be
now, it says the preserved lot has to be contiguous. The recommendation was that it not have to be contiguous.
That's correct.
Yes.
At 20
Yeah.
acres, has to be a minimum of 20 acres, right? But you could have multiple.
Now it would be 25 with that motion.
You could have, if they're non-contiguous, you
Yeah.
could have multiple 25s. If you require contiguous, it's all gonna be one.
So the recommendation was to change it to non-contiguous.
Non-contiguous.
So you're saying if you got 50 acres,
Okay, that
it's
makes
gonna be a continuous 25-acre preserve. If you've got 100 acres,
break it up.
Think
you can have
separate.
225.
Yeah.
Still have to be agriculture
Yes.
So depending on
preserve.
the land, you might be able to, you know, it
Right.
might give you more flexibility for how to
Yeah,
roll it out.
yeah.
And then the other thing was so we talked about the 100 feet, and then the second sentence of C. Was that was about the contiguous?
Yeah, in increments no less than the preserved tract
Okay,
minimum.
all right. So that's your motion, Mr. Jesse?
Yes, that's close enough.
Is everybody clear on it?
It,
Did
preserved.
that keep,
more farmland.
did that have the 100 feet in it?
Yes, he did have the 100 feet in it. If it has it in your notes and their notes, it has the 100 feet in it, but he did say it.
Yes, I said that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right.
What about section L, just out of curiosity?
Uh-oh.
Is that fences?
Oh, whether or not we wouldn't consolidate all of section L into I.
The road stuff.
Do you want to leave L or take it out?
Yeah, but that's the question, right? Either take it out or leave it in.
Thought we said we take it out.
I should take it out. It doesn't.
Motion's take it out.
Take it out.
Take it out.
Okay,
Take it out.
take it out.
So take L out and leave L out.
Yeah.
Because I becomes before L anyway. Even
Yeah.
if you say it's
All right, Mr. Black,
I vote yes.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Green? Yes. Ms. Adair?
Yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes. All right. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
One other thing.
Oh, Lord, Fleming! Fleming!
We have a new commission member. As a reminder, the state of Kentucky requires you guys to have a certain number of training hours.
Oh, yeah.
March 26th, KLC is hosting a online virtual training. It's good for 4 hours of those credits. If you would like to participate in that, please contact my office and we will register for you.
Can
It's
you
no
register?
cost to you, it's just a benefit to the community.
Can I just tell you now to register me, because I'll forget it by.
Please raise your hand. Oh, will you take note?
Well, how often do we have to do this?
I don't know, 2 years.
Every 2 years, yeah.
You need to do, everyone needs to do training.
But you have to do every 2 years, how many hours?
8.
8,
They
right?
changed the regulations, I have to look at the.
Okay.
Okay. But more than 4, right?
Raising my hand.
Hands up.
All right, high
1,
five.
2.
Full extension. I need a
Tristan,
full
3,
extension.
good.
Everybody but David, Brad, and James.
I'm weak with hunger, I can
All
only
right,
raise it so
we'll
high.
register 6. Thank you very much.
Okay, motion to adjourn?
Sex.
Adjourn.